You are live.
No, it was true.
Ready, Jim? So stand for the pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Robbins is absent from notice. Commissioner Rushton,
Present.
Commissioner Bailey. Here. Chairman Russell,
Here.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
Here.
Commissioner Alguier,
Here.
Commissioner Lautner.
Present.
Thank you. So good morning, everybody. And before we start, we need to officially welcome Ms. Allen to the table. We have the proposed agenda before us, and I would like to amend the agenda if you're willing to eliminate, not eliminate, but to postpone item 13G from today's agenda and table the discussion and action until January. Reason I like to do that is since we came forward with that resolution, we've had a resignation in the finance department. I think we're up in the air on that a little bit, and I'd like to give Ms. Allen an opportunity to come back to us in January. We know we need to have a resolution. We know we need to assign rights, but it seems like the timing would be better to do that when we come back together with a plan for finance. Any other additions or deletions from the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure what the process is. I do believe that on October 11th, or I'm sorry, at the last regular meeting, we approved minutes for October 11th, and there's a minor discrepancy on the end time on that, on those minutes. So I didn't know if we needed to bring it to the board because those minutes need to be rectified.
And we did approve those?
I believe we did, October 11th.
I believe you just send the clerk an email and we'll look into it.
Okay.
I believe she has a right, if it's a minor change.
It's a minor change.
I'm
It's
sure,
just
I
about-
think she has a right to
It's the
change.
timing. It was an evening meeting and we started at 7 p.m. and the end time was like 12:59 p.m.
It just seemed like it.
It seemed like it, but so I just wanted to bring that forward so that can be corrected.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any other additions or deletions from the agenda? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the amended agenda. All those in support, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Can I go back? I don't have who did and who seconded.
I did.
So you made the motion, Gwen did, and then did someone second?
I support, I said I support that.
Okay, and then I didn't hear Lois, so then Lois. Okay.
Go for it.
Sure, I didn't. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we now have public comment. We have up to 5 minutes to speak to the board. If you would like to be recognized, please raise your hand, come forward to the table, and if you give us your name and where you're from, that'd be helpful. Any public comments this morning? Yes, Bill.
I'm Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township, and want to speak on the election again. Voting and the black box voting machines that we're using here. Again, we demand honest elections in our Leelanau County by replacing the Dominion voting machines with secure paper ballots. That's the usual sign I bring, but this one shows what we replace it with. One person, one ballot, one vote, and one day. That's the way it used to be. This should be the way it is. 59% of the public thinks there was election fraud that caused that the results of the election in 2020 were from election fraud. That's including all the Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. So why wouldn't we do this? I've heard this is up to 80% less costly than having the black box machines, which I would say any clerk, any of the 15 clerks cannot tell me exactly what goes on inside those boxes. This is the right of all Americans to have a vote. And if it's stolen, then we're slaves. And why even worry about having to do it? So we just ask for no fraud, and you can't guarantee it with these black box machines, which we don't know what's going on in the inside. People can program them. You can look at your ticker tape at the end, and everything matches, but the votes have been switched. I've seen examples of people doing exactly that. It's not that hard if you know what you're doing. The handout here, I just put together a couple things. In Colorado, there's been massive fraud out there, and that's where Dominion is located. And that's where Eric Coomer, the guy that said, don't worry about effing Trump. He's not going to become president. I made sure of that. The vice president of security and innovation or something. He's one of the top guys. But this handout talks about Belinda Nicely. She was the Mesa County deputy clerk. Okay. She was taken to court by, what's her name, the Secretary of State out there. And her brother, she was being pressured to testify against Tina Peters. Her brother was killed in Mesa County by a hit and run driver on August 8th, 2021. On the backside is the ex-election manager, Sandra Brown. Likewise, on a different day, same county, Sandra Brown's brother was killed in Mesa County by a hit and run driver. Now, do we know if these are connected with this election? I don't know, but there was a lot of pressure on them. And soon after this, then they decided rather than go to jail for up to 20 years or 7 years, they would do a plea bargain and rule against Tina Peters. Tina Peters did nothing illegal, by the way. She knew that Dominion had told her that they were going to delete some files, and they're supposed to be kept for 22 months in the US and 25 months by Colorado law. So she did what she was supposed to do. Any clerk that didn't back them up and allowed them to be deleted did not do their job. The second part is on Brazil. Brazilians have been out, their election was this summer sometime, for 2 months. Millions of them have been on the street. They don't want to be enslaved. You wouldn't find that many people coming out if they didn't feel very firmly that there was election fraud in machines. And the military seems to be stepping up. If they don't, and it's taken over by the communists, basically, that doesn't say that it was wrong. Okay. I sure hope they go ahead with this and let them look inside these black boxes. And here in our county, with the thing with the 2020 election, the Supreme Court, 34-point swing, unexpected anomaly in Leelanau County. It was a 40-point swing, I think, in Antrim. Why weren't those looked at? Thank you for your consideration on getting rid of these black box machines.
Thank you. Mr. Mikowski?
Good morning. We will read a letter to you from the Enterprise last week. It was headlined as dereliction in office. We're still talking about the decision of May 11, 2021, the decision by this board that deals with clerk loading. I must be missing something. The person hired for the finance department have been determined to be unqualified for their positions. Why were they hired in the first place? More behind the scenes hanky panky. Why didn't the majority Democrats on the current board simply dismiss the auditing firm for training assignments, dismiss the unnecessary employees, revert to previous assignments of responsibility for all county finance functions, and save the unnecessary expenditure for training? My observation now that we've spent well over $500,000 on this process. He says he's dealing with another township here and says that the people should take over this area. I have another item here that was in the Wall Street Journal recently, a book review called Complicit, Going Along, Avoiding Blame. In it, the auditor talks about complicit and complicitors. The people, the complicitors, the people who enable wrongdoing without being active agents of it, always surround the most famous evildoers. More uncomfortably, he insists that complicitors include the likes of you and me. There are true partners in this. Then there are the collaborators who have different goals and values from the major wrongdoers who are happy to aid and abet them for as long as it's expedient to do so. More instructive is the ordinary complicity, which may be unwitting and unintentional, but is still unethical. We can, for instance, help create or maintain unethical organizational structures. Two other forms of complicity play on our generally helpful desire to cooperate and provide mutual support. Any organization requires deference to authority and loyalty, but in excess, these lead to turning a blind eye at best, active support of wrongdoing at worst. Similarly, trust is good, but when we place too much trust of it in colleagues, we shirk from challenging them when the flashing red lights should be unmistakable. We have an omission bias that makes us judge inaction more leniently than action, even when we are equally culpable. When we cause harm indirectly, it seems less serious than when we do so directly, even though, again, we might be just as blameworthy. Again, we still have to, this whole commission has to resolve this issue as a group, as an entity. Just think of 2 years ago, for the last 2 years, actually 20 months, we have spent literally thousands of hours on a very bad decision. And we are still going to be paying. And nobody wants to say, guys, we should have never done this. We need to go back and start again. And the new commissioners must start the process. I believe this commission has wasted an excessive amount of time on something that could be spent much more effective and efficient and productive and cost a lot less money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you very much. Thanks for coming today. We will have another public comment session at the end of our meeting today, if you would like to comment. Now, do we have any commissioner comments?
To welcome our county administrator. It's a wonderful to hear this. Yes.
And we will officially welcome you and thank you at a break about 10:30 or so. We would invite you all to join us for some rolls and coffee in this room. For a few minutes to thank them both. Thank you. We now have the administrator update.
And you get 2 for 1 today. Come on up here, Lisa. Well, Deb started yesterday. She had a full day. I called her up around 4:45 and she confirmed the fact she is coming back for a second day. So that's good news. We didn't scare her off. Her first official action was getting a tour of the Leelanau Dam yesterday, which was quite interesting, which you'll hear more about. But Deb, why don't you go first?
Sure. Well, again, thank you all so much for this opportunity. I am very excited. I spent most of the day yesterday, just finding my way around, obviously wayfinding. But I'm very impressed with all the staff that we have. They're just incredibly dedicated. And I think that I want to thank specifically Chet and Laurel for, again, assisting me kind of through first day. And I think we've got some great plans coming up that I'm very excited to share with the board, and hearing your, kind of guidance in terms of next steps and what direction you want the county to go. So I think with that said, it's been a great first 24 hours, and I know that there's much more ahead. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Deb. And I truly think you made an excellent selection, Deb. I've known Deb for 8 years and very professional and very warm and caring person. And I think it'll be hopefully a very smooth transition for her. A couple updates. First of all, Commissioner Loughton, congratulations on 40 years of marriage just passed a couple weeks ago.
Thank you.
I remember when I congratulated you on your 30th anniversary. So, how many grandkids now?
7.
Because you had 0 when I started here, so you are truly blessed with a great family,
Thank you.
and we all should acknowledge that because it's a major accomplishment.
I have 6 siblings and all of us now have been married 40 years.
Wow, that's
Well, the youngest brother will be 40.
And I don't think April decides this year, but this week marks her 10th anniversary here as Senior Services Director. And she's done a great job, so I want to just recognize her for her efforts. The clerk is not here, but she had a birthday this recently, and we kind of celebrate internally. And I made the mistake of bringing her a poinsettia for her birthday, and she's allergic to poinsettias. And she reminded me I did this a couple years ago too, so I had to apologize. I promised not to bring her any more poinsettias. No, just the opposite. And then I want to, Mr. Robbins is not here, but his dad passed away, as all you know. The service will be Saturday. Visitation starts at 10 and the service at 11. I met his dad a couple of times, and he kind of reminded me of a throwback from a different era. Was a farmer, a very hard worker, cared for his family, and kind of remind me of the people that I knew when I first moved to Leelanau County, of the farmers south in the Cedar areas. And he knew many of the same people. There aren't too many people left from that era. So it's a past, and I believe he was 91 years old.
He has a bridge named after him.
Yes. If you go on Cass Road where it turns, where's the bridge there? There's a Robbins Bridge there. His farm is there, and they dedicated his honor here maybe 2-3 years ago.
He's
Yeah.
a wonderful neighbor.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that. Just a reminder, our end of the year budget meeting is December 30th at 10 a.m. You'll get the agenda shortly. There's some things we still may have to add to it, so we're not publishing yet, but I think last time you all agreed on December 30th, and the compromise was 10 a.m. versus 9 a.m. And usually those go pretty quickly, so we promise to get you out before lunch, if not sooner. 2 big updates that I've been focusing on the last couple of weeks. Yesterday was our monthly meeting for the Northern Lakes restructuring of community health. As you know, we've been dealing with this. I've been involved since March. We're to a point where we did have a draft updated resolution and agreement. It's about 30 pages long. We met yesterday for several hours. We got through 6 pages out of 30. And obviously, it's a difficult task to make a major structural shift like this, but we are making progress. All 6 counties are working together. There's different issues, different concerns from all 6 counties, but I'm optimistic we'll get through the process. One of the things that came up yesterday that has been a concern of mine and other counties and some county board chairs, they have started the process of posting a job for the executive director. The deadline, I believe, is next week. Was a concern from us, from this group, that they really should pause that until we have this process finished, because there are some major structural changes that may be occurring. And doesn't make sense to hire a director that may not be in agreement with some of the changes. So that's a decision. Mr. Russell, you'll get a draft letter from our committee that's going to be sent to the 6 county chairmans suggesting that you sign it and send it to the board. Obviously, we don't have the legal authority, nor do the county boards. But as a group, we all agreed, all 6 county administrators, and there were some other people there. It may be a good idea to pause the process. Realistically, they aren't going to start interviewing, even review the applicants till January. And they probably would finish in March. And we're hoping to have this resolution and articles of incorporation done this spring sometime. But I would think if I was a person applying for the job, knowing all the turmoil that has occurred, I'd want to see this document on what my role is going to be before I would take a job. And so there's some very interested people, but there's concern that they may not be applying because they want to see the final document first. So Mr. Russell, you'll get a letter here shortly that the 6 administrators are in the process of drafting. Also put on your agenda January 20th. Each county is hosting a forum for stakeholders, commissioners. It's going to be open to the public, and the consultant is doing it for all 6 counties. There'll be a report issued for each 6 counties. We felt it was critical that we hear from the people who are actually getting the services, what their thoughts and concerns are. Grand Traverse County has done theirs already, and then the consultant will issue a report for each of the 6 counties. Ours is scheduled for January 19th. There'll be one from 10 to noon and one from 1 to 3, and you'll gain more information on that after the first of the year. But that'll be here 19th. It'll be 10 to noon and 1 to 3. We have a conference call that will be a part of on Friday to work out all the specifics. But we all felt the same consultant should do all of the listening sessions, so the same format. And those costs are being picked up by the agency, so there's no cost to the counties. And then she will issue reports specifically to Leelanau County. So you'll be getting more information on that. She has a draft PowerPoint that I've been working with her on. And so you'll probably get that before the 19th also. But like I said, 10 to noon and 1 to 3. And so you'll be hearing more about that. And then the other significant piece of news is been working very closely with Matt on the tower for Leelanau Township. We had a very productive meeting with the 2 representatives from the Chairland Electric Cooperative about a partnership. They have been looking at building a tower in the same area, and we're hoping we can combine our efforts and combine the cost too. And so we're going forward with that. We have another meeting scheduled in a couple of weeks. The Chairland Electric Board will have a meeting, I believe, is it the 19th, Commissioner Lautner? I think that's the date. And so there's a chance, and I don't want to commit anything on their behalf or talk about potential partnerships, but there's a chance we may have a proposal to you as early as December 30th for the last meeting of the year. Because I think there's support from all of you to go forward with that issue. We pretty much know what the costs are going to be based on this tower. And so if we can agree on some financial terms with Chairland, it would basically mean then going out for bids. And obviously next year at some point, once the bids are in, the board will have to make a choice. But if we can form a financial partnership, I think that'll be a win-win. And I know the township is interested in participating also, so it could be a three-way partnership. We talked about three or four different options in terms of funding the tower, where it'd be a win-win for everybody. And so working out those details, but I'm cautiously optimistic that we will have it, at least a proposal to you to consider on December 30th. If not, we'll have an update to see where we are, because like I said, their board is meeting on the 19th. And then I'm meeting with them after that to see if that makes sense for us, but very positive and pretty optimistic that we can form a partnership with them and the township and have this tower done in 2023. So that's good news. And this is my last executive committee meeting, and I did the math. I think about 150 executive meetings plus special meetings, over 200. I know I gave pies out for all of them. I remember my first one was the commissioner out there and had kind of a look on her face like, okay, what is this? Why am I getting a pie? And I think it's a fair bet that all of you are having birthdays in 2023, and I won't be here, so I have pies for all of you for next year.
Do we have to
There are
take?
pies here for all of you. You don't have to wait until your birthday for 2023 to eat it though. If you don't like, they're multi-flavor, so you can switch if you don't like.
So are we supposed to put money in the tea?
No. Huh? Yeah. If you don't like the type you're getting, you can switch. They're from Sun Today. They're specially made.
And since I live so close to Commissioner Robbins, I'll just go ahead and take it.
That's, but I live closer than you do. And also give the new administrator off a good start.
Oh,
She needs a
my.
pie too.
Thank you so much.
That's a hint for her to keep the tradition going.
More pie.
And that's the end of the update, unless there's questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, would you introduce the Networks Northwest Director, Executive Director, and welcome him to the table?
Well, Terry, please come forward. Terry is our new director for Networks Northwest, and he is with Networks Northwest for some time. That's for sure. And we were so fortunate to convince him to come back.
Well, thank you.
He is leading an excellent team. Last night was his first board meeting, which I was in attendance, and I can tell you that based on that, we're in for a treat and to see a lot of excellent progress coming forward. So I know, Terry, you're going to do a little introduction bio for yourself, so I won't step on your.
No, that's okay. No, thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner, and all. Thank you very much for having me here. Yeah, so Terry Vandercook, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Networks Northwest. Have been in that role since September 26th. And as Patricia said, I was part of the organization previously, 6 years as the Chief Program Officer. In that role, really responsible for the daily delivery of our programs. Professionally, I had a stint with the MEDC in economic development as well, working as a business development manager, primarily focused on helping businesses grow, retain businesses for Michigan. And then prior to that, I had a 20-year Air Force career where I primarily focused on staffing and recruiting. So communities, businesses, talent, it has been my professional passion and it continues to be. And I really hope to bring all that to Networks Northwest. As you all are aware, we're an organization that we've often thought of ourselves, business, talent, and community, right? So it's those three facets to prosperity throughout our region that we, as Networks Northwest, we really try to bring those three together. I often want to say that business needs talent, of course, talent needs a community, and communities need business. So if you look at it as a circle, what we do at Networks Northwest is really try to convene all three of those components of our mission and to ensure those services are delivered and ensure those services are delivered effectively, efficiently, and as the communities need. So if you had a chance to look at our annual report, and I have paper copies to leave with you as well, you'll see the different areas in which we work. And I think sometimes when you look at an annual report of an organization our size and covering 10 counties, I know I often have questions, if you would, of, okay, well, that's great, but what's happening at home? What's happening in Leelanau County? What's happening with our own constituents? And I have a short list, and if you'll bear with me, I'm just going to kind of read through that, and I'm going to bring those services right here to your very own community. So in our community development department, we have had 2 different planning contracts with municipalities within your counties, or within your county, Suttons Bay and Bingham Township. We've done some zoning ordinance work as well in Suttons Bay. There was a transportation grant that we assisted in writing for Elmwood Township and the Leelanau County Road Commission. We did some sidewalk work, some placements there. County hazard mitigation planning, which I'm confident you are all aware of, is quite a task. We're proud to be working in the Leelanau County there as well. The Transportation Coordinating Initiative, TTCI, working with the County Road Commission there. And then planning for the Sleeping Bear Heritage Trail System, we're working very closely with TARD on that as well. Moving kind of to the business side of the house, we operate the Procurement Technical Assistance Center, which helps businesses do business with the government, but that's all levels of government. It could be the state government, the federal government, local governments, includes hospitals and education as well. We did help a business within the county obtain a $50,000 contract through that program. Based on confidentiality of the program, I can't tell you what business that was without their release, but assured that we helped that business. We have 4 active clients right now within the county, so businesses that we are trying to help navigate that system. One of our smaller programs, but very impactful, is offender success. So we work with the Department of Corrections, the Michigan Department of Corrections, parolees that are qualified, that are returning to their home areas, often show up in their home areas with very, very little support. They may and may not have family support. They may and may not have employment, and they may and may not have a job lined up. What our counselors do is work with those individuals specifically on job placement, housing, and then all of those other pieces that need to kind of fall in place to make those individuals successful. And we take this program down to the point that when we know that individual is showing up, we'll have a counselor there and ready. And sometimes it's as simple as a bag with a toothbrush and deodorant and some emergency food and things of that nature, because oftentimes these folks, they show up with very, very little. We had 5 participants in the county in 2021. I can say that we feel that strongly, based upon our relationship with those individuals, all 5 of those satisfactorily released from parole and are now productive members of the community. And we're really proud of the work that we did with them. From a Michigan work standpoint, so that's a very large portion of what we do, and it's the talent portion of what we do. We had 238 participants from Leelanau County use our Michigan work system last year. 240 visitors, so unique visitors that may have came in, took services at some level depending upon what their need was. But those same visitors visited our center over 600 times. So they came in multiple times for the services that they needed. I think when we look across our counties and we look at youth in particular, we recognize the value of having a strong group of youth, if you would, growing up in our communities, and how are they going to interact with our business communities as well. Throughout 2021, we had 7 youth that we specifically worked with and placed them with employers, paid work experience as part of our program. So we were able to reach out to employers and provide these 7 youth with direct work experience with that employer. Obviously, that's good for that at-risk youth, but we think it's also really good for the employer themselves, because we all know there's a talent shortage right now, and that's in both numbers and it's in skill set. And if we can find an individual to help alleviate either of those, we think it's really important. Business services. So core business services is reaching out to a business. Do you have recruiting needs? Do you have talent needs? Are you looking to grow? Can we assist in that in some way? We were able to reach out and post 575 different job opportunities for employers in this county on different job boards. And directly assist with filling 492 of those jobs that we posted. I think that's a big step for employers today, again, when talent in filling jobs is so important. And then lastly, from an adult education standpoint, we are the adult education provider for our region. And we had 2 participants from Leelanau County that would come down and use our services. And we're working with those individuals currently to help them, whether it's a GED obtainment or high school diploma obtainment. So I can assure you all that important to me, again, is the relevance that we will have in an organization in this county and all the other counties that we serve. I think it's important that we have the partnerships, on the public sector, but also on that private sector. And most importantly, that we're delivering those services where it matters. And that's to the citizens that we're actually placing in programs and helping walk through. So we're doing all this as a financially responsible organization. We're high performing when it comes to performance metrics and our audits and our monitorings. I'm very pleased to have presented you this information this morning, and of course, welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you for what you do in our communities. I have a question in regards to your work with the Department of Corrections. You had mentioned you work directly with these
Parolees.
well, yes, the parolees, but the Department of Corrections, when you say that, are these parolees invited here, or did they originate here?
They would have originated here. This would be, we're going to use the term home of record.
Okay.
So they're individuals, they go through a screening process while they're still incarcerated.
Yeah, I'm familiar with
Okay,
it, but I
correct.
was just wondering, which parolees you accept in the community.
Right, so they're referred to us, so we're not actually doing the accepting. While they're still incarcerated, they go through a process with the Department of Corrections, making them, if you would, eligible for our program. So not all would be. And then when they are released, we then work very closely with the local parole agents, and they have all of the same requirements with parole. We just provide that additional individual support to make them more successful.
It really gives them an opportunity.
Absolutely.
Like no other.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate that, because we need to help those that are willing to help themselves. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that comment. Yes.
Thank you for these services. They're all so important. Both working with parolees and at-risk youth. So it just occurred to me while I was listening to you is getting people to know about your services. My son runs a business and has a terrible time hiring young men. After this session, I'm gonna text them.
Please, I've got a card. Yeah, reach out. Yes, yeah.
So just letting people know what you offer, I think, is a huge issue.
Right. Thank you for that. And I will say that returning the organization in September, that was very obvious to me. And I'm not saying that we didn't do a good job in that in the past. It's always an opportunity, but and I tell my team, my leadership team, it's being relevant, right? It's being relevant to the businesses. It's being present. We talked at last night's board meeting. We did some strategic planning. We're involved in that process now. And coming from the board members, coming from my leadership team, that very conversation, it really led the evening. And it was about ensuring we know we have good programs. We're high performing. We know they help. We just got to get those programs out to the street level. And that can be as simple as marketing. And it can be as simple as being present, right? I encourage our team to be present at different community meetings and opportunities.
And schools.
And schools. We work, directly with the schools as well in 2 different programs, at-risk youth. Mr. Chairman, yes.
Question. I received a call yesterday from a Leelanau Township trustee who's been assigned the task of trying to find funding for some trails and some infrastructure and some sewer improvements through the ARPA funds. I noticed you're doing some workshops there. Do you have a contact person at your agency that a township official could call you and you could hold their hand and say?
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that. That would be just verbally, it'd be Rob Carson, which is our Community Development Regional Director, a certified planner as well. They are welcome if it's easiest to reach me, to reach directly out to me, and I'll make that connection to Rob. Rob's information could also be found on our website, but he's got a team of fantastic planners, and we would be more than happy to engage. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Some time ago, we had asked about a report on the cars, company cars.
Mhm.
Like how many there were, I don't remember right offhand, there was a lot of them, the company cars.
Yes.
And you said your employees self-report personal miles because those are taxable.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that report, so I guess because the balance is, if they're self-reporting personal miles, is it cheaper just to pay them mileage than to give them a company car or not? So can you get us that report?
I can certainly get that together for you. And that has been something, ma'am, that's on my mind as well. As times change and expenses change, we have an aging fleet. There's all of these things to consider. And we may be at the point of looking at how we do our vehicles differently. But certainly I can put
It may make sense for some, but perhaps
for not others. Correct. Yeah, I'd be happy to put something together for you.
Patricia.
Wait to see if there are any other questions. I just want to say it has been really a pleasure serving on the Networks Northwest Board. I really enjoyed my time there. But I thank you, Terry, because what you did today exactly is what I hope you will continue, and I know your staff will too, and that is to relate the activities of this very dynamic organization directly to the county by program, and that is so helpful to see all the many things that you do. So thank you for taking that through and your thoughtful leadership. We look forward to seeing more from Networks Northwest.
And thank you for your contributions to our board, Patricia. It's been amazing having you as part of what we do, and we look forward to working with the county in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
We now have Michelle Klein reporting to us on early childhood.
Good morning, everybody. You should have the report and the work plan in your packet. So, and have had time to look at it. So there's not a lot new that we haven't talked about in the past. I did give you some updated numbers. Happy to say we reached our goal our goal for this year was 300 kids enrolled, and we have 312. So I'm thrilled about that. And we've had a lot of events. They've got them all listed here, 400 plus home visits that we've done for families. But really, I think we've kind of turned that corner. I mentioned this before, where folks are starting to know what Parenting Communities is and to reach out to us and continue to, promote our services. So with the goal, ultimately, we would love for every family when a baby is born to know that they have the support system and to reach out. I included our work plan for 2023. So in October, our advisory committee met and discussed, what we had done, what we needed to do moving forward. There aren't any great changes. There were some wonderful brainstorming ideas that we will put into place next year, but the actual functions or goals that we set for ourselves are pretty much the same as they have been moving forward. So I guess I would ask, do you have any questions about anything?
I did see in going through this that it looked like a pretty aggressive goal of 5 play groups a week.
Yeah, we've been doing that. Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that being said, I will bring it up again. I'm still unhappy that we are allowing Grand Traverse and Benzie children to partake in this, since this program is paid for by just Leelanau County. And I know that you disagree with me on that, and we'll continue to have those.
I don't disagree with you on that. Finish your thought though, and then I'll respond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't disagree, that is good, but I know it hasn't changed, and you told me it probably wouldn't change. So that's my biggest concern.
I will, and I do understand that, and I completely, I'm a taxpayer here too. I completely understand that. So what we do, we promote all of our activities in Leelanau County, not outside Leelanau County. When participants come that are from other places, it depends on the activity. If there's a cost, then we will ask them to contribute or tell them that they, they aren't able to participate. If it's something that there's not an additional cost for a child to come, then we don't tell them they can't be here, if that makes sense. So.
There is a cost for every playgroup you're putting on. We do have, there's a budgeted item for those playgroups. So technically there is a cost and they are benefiting from that cost.
Well, the cost isn't any different. We aren't bringing more staff on if you have a child from Benzie County, is what I'm saying. There isn't a, so.
It is.
And I can tell you that number it's small. There are not a lot of kids out of county to come. It's a very small number. So, and even regularly, there are kids that are coming regularly, certainly. So that's we are very cognizant of that, Melinda, and I understand that concern.
Yeah, did you?
I did. I believe you said you had 312 children in the program this year.
Mhm.
And remind us what your budget is for those 312
For
children.
this year, it was, I want to say it was 722 and 828. The budget's included here.
Number of children in your program.
We would like to continue, and we also want to expand our social work capacity, our mental health capacity to support mental health services. And so we have not had success so far in hiring an additional mental health provider, but we're continuing to search for that person.
So I'm sorry, tell me that number again, your budget next year.
722,828
Okay.
is what's here.
And you don't anticipate very much new growth. And
I'm hoping there will be I would love to see some new growth, right? And then we are adding a monthly Parents Together, which is a opportunity for parents to come, and it's kind of a parent education, which is what the families have been looking for. So we're adding that. We're going to continue to add more activities, based on what folks are interested in. So, and I have the budget is here, so you can see the way everything's laid out. And of course, we are also looking at, increase in mileage reimbursement, increase in employee costs. Otherwise, a lot of the same, our Mom Power and Fraternity of Fathers we put in here to run again this year. And we still support the Dolly Parton program.
Are you the director of this program?
I am I guess you would call me the program director, yes. We have a supervisor that oversees the staff, and I kind of oversee the program as a whole.
And does your wage come strictly out of this?
Not entirely. I mean, it is
Okay,
point two of my time comes out of this budget,
Thank
right?
you.
Right.
Thank you.
Mhm. Are there any other questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So, it looks like the word is getting out there.
Yeah, the staff's doing a great job.
And
Yeah,
parents
connecting.
parents are hearing about it and telling their friends.
Mhm.
And that's the right direction.
Right.
It's a fairly new program that young parents know that this is available for them. They need it, and that's a great thing.
Mhm. That's what we're doing. Yeah, and we started out rough as COVID was still a thing in January. So for pretty much the first quarter. So yeah, we have a wonderful team.
And it wasn't even
Real
full
year, yeah, without having to not have services and things, yeah. So, and it's, this team of folks that's working are so incredibly passionate about these young families and supporting them and doing whatever it is the families need. It's just a really, really good group of people. We're very fortunate in this county to have these folks. So,
I'm
yeah.
glad that young parents have this.
We are in the process too of, we're doing our final evaluation. So I would expect I'll probably be back here in April and we'll have our annual report for 2022. And I'll likely have Woody come back too and share, the data analysis as far as where we're trying, the areas we're trying to move the needle to improve the health and well-being of families. So.
And I'm confident you'll do that you're gonna learn, you're gonna get feedback.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Thank you for what you do.
I wanted to ask a follow-up on Commissioner Rushton's question about the 312 children, because I think that's a misleading number. Because I know you're involved in so many other activities and events and programs and schools and, you know, Christian neighbors. And I'd like you to talk about, in addition to the 312 children that you're directly serving in your play groups, what do you see the impact on the community?
Well, you know, I'm glad you asked that question, because in addition to the children, there is a whole, looking at our early childhood system as a whole, whether it's making sure there's well child visits and vaccinations, that families are connected to things like the baby pantry, if those are services that they need, we can connect our families to quality daycare and, you know, doing what we can to help beef up that system that we all, you know, we need. Connecting with our schools and identifying areas where maybe kids aren't prepared for kindergarten, and what can we do when those kids are babies and 1-year-old and 2-year-old to help move that needle so that they're ready for kindergarten when the time comes. I know when we looked at schools at the end of last year, there was a lot of concern about the social emotional development of the kids going into school. And so that's an area that we can impact working with these families. So that's also a goal. Does that answer that to that?
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, I just want to get a clarification if I can, because you made there was a question asked about years of operation, and how many years have you been operating?
Well, we started, so the millage was collected in 20, right?
It passed in November 2019. The millage is collected.
Collected
The county
December.
fronted the money up front for the 2020
Right,
year.
in 20, right. So in fact, I can remember when we initially signed a contract with the county was March of 2020, which was when COVID hit. So we had a really rough first couple of years for sure.
You were funded the prior year, and so you set up shop, you might say.
Right, and then that was paid back the
2019,
second
and
year.
then- So you.
We're funded in 2020, not in 2019, in 2020.
The citizens funded you in 2020, the township fronted you the money to set up in 2019, is that correct?
No, the millage passed November 2019. That means
and then
the first
you-
tax is on the roll December
okay.
of 2020. But
Okay.
for the 2020 year, the county fronted the money and then got
Got it.
reimbursed.
So this is actually the end of your third year.
The third year.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
Patricia?
I was just going to comment that I hear, because of the programs that I'm working on, and residents in our area, I hear so many positive comments all the time. The word of mouth is getting out there, NPR that you've been doing is getting out there, but all the home visits, I was noticing the number, 401 is a huge number of home visits where you're impacting those families, meeting with kids in those families that aren't necessarily in your play groups either.
Mhm.
And I'm just delighted that you have the fraternity of fathers now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Component in that, husbands, fathers are stepping forward.
Right.
And seeing the value of being the best parent we can be. So thank you for all that you're doing. I'm just thrilled where you've taken this program and looking forward to next year to watch it grow even more.
So are we, yeah.
So, yeah, how many homes is that?
Well, it says here 70 families. So 70 individual
70
families,
homes.
81 children, right?
Family.
So 70 homes, 81 children.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Is Trudy here? Hey, Trudy? Trudy, thank you for coming to Northport yesterday.
Oh, sure.
And I told Chet that you did it without a GPS. He always has to look at a map.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you have to stay over, or did you do it in one day?
We got back right around lunchtime, so it was great. So I have a 3-page handout for you this morning, and Laurel's also going to pull it up on the screen. What I thought I'd do today, since I've been before you several times this past year with different requests, I thought what I'd do today is just kind of do a little refresher of the budgets and the boards and commissions that run through our office. And then also take a look at the grants, the accumulation of grants that have been applied for and administered through our office over the last several years. We come to you each time with a grant, but I thought it'd be nice to look at that cumulative effort. So on this first page, starting with the Planning and Community Development Office, I'm the director there. I'm a certified planner, which is the only national recognition that you can get to be a certified planner. And I've also become a new member of the board of the Michigan Association of Planning. I started just a couple months ago and I have a 3-year term on that. So we've been doing some training and we'll have a retreat next month as a new board member. Gail Meyer is our senior planner and she's in her 4th year with us in our office. And then Jenny Herman is our planning secretary and she's in her 2nd year with us. The conferences that Gail and I attended in 2022 were the Brownfield Conference in Oklahoma City, Michigan Association of Planning. Gail attended that one on Mackinac Island, and then the American Planning Association, Gail and I both attended that in San Diego. It's unusual for us to hit these in the same year, but with COVID, most of the conferences were pushed back. And so we haven't, we hadn't attended any conferences for quite some time, and they just all happened this year. Then we have the County Planning Commission that we are staffed to, as well as a subcommittee, the Housing Action Committee that is under the County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission meets monthly and the Housing Action Committee meets every other month. And then there's the Solid Waste Council, and they also meet every other month. They handle such things as recycling, our hazardous waste, electronics and document shredding, tire and mattress recycling, and then education and outreach to our communities to inform them of these events and how to sign up and become involved. I'm the director. I serve as the director of the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority since it was first established back in 2007. And then I'm also a member on the Land Bank Authority. Both of those groups meet monthly as well. And then the other budgets that run through our office is the Housing Rehab Program. We are currently contracted with Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency to do those rehab projects on behalf of county residents, the Mapping Fund, and then the Remonumentation Fund. Going on to the second page, this is a little grant dashboard for our brownfield funds. And it actually starts at the bottom with our first grant from 2007. That was a petroleum assessment grant. So these are grants where we are looking at properties that are either contaminated or suspected to be contaminated. And we use these grant funds to assess them to find out what the buyer or the owner or developer needs to know to redevelop that property. And in 2007, with our first one, we had a $200,000 award. We did 9 projects and assessed over 280 acres of land. And moving up from there, you'll see we had a 2008 grant again for 200,000, 9 projects done. And that year we did over 1,600 acres of land assessed. I should say these are 3-year grants. In 2010, we received a revolving loan fund. That's actually a grant to the county in the form of $1 million. And we did one project with that, which is the former government center property in Leland to the cost of just over $500,000. And then the 2014 grant was a combined grant for $400,000. We did 11 projects, assessed over 700 acres of land. And we are currently working on our 2022 grant. And the cost or the award for that was $250,000. We have done all the initial paperwork and got everything set up. And we're in the process of hiring a consultant for that grant. So we will start with assessment activities next year. And then the little boxes on the right are just some key interesting facts with regard to these grants. The additional dollars from consultants, which were not charged to us, but went into the project, is about $95,000. These projects leveraged the equivalent of about 115 full-time jobs. For every grant dollar that was spent, $16.63 was leveraged in private investment. That's something that we have to track on all these grants and report back to EPA because they want to see, what are we doing with these funds and what kind of development is occurring. And then we completed 4 brownfield plans. One of those, we also wrote a grant to the state and received $35,000 of grant funds to use on one of the projects. So in total, the funds through the Brownfield Authority and administered by them, as well as our office, was just over $1.3 million since 2007.
Can I ask, I assume that the money that you didn't spend in 2010 was it's gone?
Yes. Yes, that was the end of the grant. It wasn't actually returned. These are true reimbursement grants. So we have to spend the money first and then draw it down. So we never received that $1 million. We received what we spent. And then on the final page, there's other grants that I listed for you. So the housing grants, which ran from 1993 with our first housing rehab grant to 2020, we received just over $3.6 million. We leveraged almost $1.8 million. That was in the form of bank loans, nonprofit funds, or in some cases, even funds that were put into projects by property owners. And then the program income that we put back in the project, program income is the repayment of our housing loans. So we bring it in and we put it back out into projects. That was just over $836,000 for a total of $6,297,734 in housing grants. With those funds, we completed 29 construction projects. Some of those were demolition and then rebuilds, and some of them were true construction projects. And then we did 200 rehabilitation projects. And then down below is a summary of all the other grants. We took in 24 2% allocation funds from the Grand Traverse Band for $322,356 since 1999. So that averages about one a year. And those grants were used for such things as tire and mattress recycling, new recycling sites, housing rehab, new aerials, some equipment such as plotters and digitizers, updating the zoning ordinance, the first website that was developed here for the county, and satellite imagery for the county. And then you'll see the rest of them that I've spelled out here for you. We took in recycling grant funds from the state. We've done the monumentation in our office since 2019. The website development, which that total grant with Land Information Access Association was about $200,000. A coastal zone management grant, which was used for digitizing. Recycling grants, the advanced LED lighting, that project that we did several years ago here. And then the blight elimination grant that is done actually through the Land Bank Authority, but I was involved in writing that grant. So we have a total of those miscellaneous grants of $995,443. And if you add up all the green that I've highlighted here for you, the total that has run through our office has been just over $8.6 million. I think I probably missed a few of these because going back into those early records are kind of hard to find now. It would mean searching some minutes, and I wasn't going to spend the time on that. So the average from 1999 was when most of these grants were received or later is $376,561 per year running through our office. If you take it back further to when we first got our first housing grant, it's about $280,000 or so per year. There are some other grant funds currently out there that I'm looking at. Recycling has a lot of money available right now. And I'm looking at a couple of those grants, but I don't think they're really fit for Leelanau County. And that's something that's really important to me is when we apply for these is, do we have a project that fits the grant? Not looking at the grant and then trying to figure out what the project is. I think that's the wrong way to go. There's also a blight elimination grant right now for Leelanau County. We have allocated $200,000 to the county that we can apply for. It has to be in by the end of January, but we also need to identify a project or projects that we would use those funds on. So if we do not get that information on any individual projects, we will wait for the second round, which will be next year, to apply for those funds. And that's what I had for you today, unless you have any questions for me.
It's a great report, and Trudy, thank you for everything that your office does. It's amazing all the things that you're involved in. You did trigger something though that still is something I've got a lot of concern about. But with the old the former county property in Leelanau, so remind me. So that $532,000, did we have to pay that back to them, or was that just
to the EPA?
Yes.
No, the way that works is that it was a grant to the county. The county itself held that grant. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority borrowed the funds. Yep. And then through that redevelopment, there is a setup through the Brownfield plan for repayment. The repayment would go into a fund that the Brownfield Authority would use again on future projects. So it
So
doesn't
who
go
paid the
back to the
brownfield
EPA.
back? Who paid the brownfield back then? That came out from the developer?
That will come from TIF on,
TIF.
on the plan, on the
Okay.
whole project site. Mhm.
Oh. Well, in the reason I drove through there a while back, and I know that, some of the push for the developer that ended up, getting that property was, the push for affordable homes. He was going to build affordable, and I think I see one home on that property.
I don't think that his plan was ever really affordable homes.
It was affordable homes. That was part of his, not low income. He was going to build.
Well, he wasn't actually going to build the homes. The gentleman, the company that took it over, Courthouse Redevelopment Group, they were only taking the land and reselling it to individuals for redevelopment.
That was part of the whole drive. That was what some of the commissioners were really excited about, was that was going to be, we were going to bring in young families into Leland, and it's going to bring homeless housing, and it's going to help the school. I remember very well. If I get that the minutes somewhere. In that discussion, and I see one home. It just hasn't happened.
Yeah, the land was sold, so we are capturing TIF on that, but the redevelopment of actual homes is slow. There is one on, there's one along close to the river, and then there's the 2 townhouses that were done, and there's a home that's been built behind it now. Right, and then there's one that's been built behind it. So the last time I was there, I recall seeing 4 homes on there. Well, it's right, yeah, it's right across from the river.
Okay, and one actually on where the courthouse was? That's one I think I've seen.
They're not on the river, we're talking about the same one. Yeah, they have river access, but they're not on the river.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
And then one out behind, so it's actually 2 homes. If that's all.
2 homes and then the 2 townhouses that are on there. Yes, that's
Maybe I
correct.
can clarify, because that was part of the problem. You're thinking of Mr. Peterson, Joel Peterson, who talked about it. He was not successful, and therefore the property went on the fair market value through a real estate
Went
agent,
beyond,
and
yeah.
sold with no restrictions.
Right.
So yes, there was discussion about it, and the original purchaser that we had a land contract with had plans for what they determined to call affordable housing, but they never followed up on it. They only built those 2 townhouses that weren't even completed. So
He's the one that,
when we reacquired the property, we had to go through a very complicated legal process. Mr. Peterson put a proposal in, had a timeline where he had to meet the deadlines, and that did not happen. So it went back in the market. It was sold at fair market value with no restrictions.
so that's where also then the reacquiring costs us how much?
I don't have those figures.
An
An
additional
additional
600,000. Additional
As you
600,000.
remember, there were some issues with the original deed that had to be clarified. That did cost us substantially.
So really, I don't think we need a dime on that property. Is that, have we made a dime on that property yet?
There was money that was transferred back to the county on that through the sale of the fire department lots and then the sale of the remaining property that,
They had to pay all that.
yeah, that
Those
was.
issues?
Mhm.
Okay.
It was very complicated.
I'd like to see
process.
that. Yes, it was very complicated. It was a screwed up process. Okay.
Commissioner Ashton.
Trudy, are you the one that's writing these grants?
With the exception of the first couple of housing grants and one of the brownfield grants, yes.
Yeah, impressive.
Thank
did
you.
a great job here. Your report is very impressive. So thank you for the work you've done.
Sure.
Trudy, would you mind giving us an update on the webpage? I know it's not part of the report, but Trudy volunteered with a little bit of a in my part to chair the committee working on new webpage. We would offer bids. And Trudy, want to give an update where we are with that process?
Sure. We received 13 bids for the project. We have reviewed them. It took quite a bit of reading. We split them up with our committee. Some of them were extremely lengthy, some were quite short. And we've narrowed that down to 4 that have been invited to do a kind of a Zoom interview with us, because we also want them to do a presentation to show us what they can do with our website, and give us some idea of exactly what their company would do for creating new websites. And then we have a few other companies that are still in review that may also be
into that cut for interviews. They're not quite sure yet. So we hope to bring that to the board in January and outline for you at that time if we have a company that we would like to hire and what the cost of that would be.
And there are funds in the proposed 2023 budget to cover this cost. So thank you, Judy, for your efforts.
Sure. I think one of the biggest things that is a takeaway from everyone on that committee, looking at these proposals, is how out of date our site is and how many things are out there that we could be doing that we're not doing. Just make it so much easier for everyone.
And advantage,
Yes.
everyone, you hear it more and more that,
Yes.
you know, your website doesn't link over,
Yeah.
your website doesn't do this, so.
Right, particularly with so many people working from home now too, really hitting those sites a lot more.
They're expecting more.
Mhm.
Anything else for Trudy? Trudy, impressive, thank you.
You're welcome. I do want to note that in all the years I've worked here, I've never gotten a pie.
I do remember buying you breakfast at Pet Company City for the record.
That was many years ago.
Okay, Trudy, I promise, when you turn 40,
Thank you.
Thank you.
one piece of advice I gave to Miss Allen is just, if you need something done right and you don't know who to do it, just give it to Trudy. She'll do it. And Trudy, we trust, right?
And truly, we try.
But as you know, Trudy, Bell took over the Remount program when we were kind of struggling to do with that and did a great job. That's did a great job and then with the webpage. In all seriousness, I was thinking, who can really get us through this and during the transition, everything. I thought Trudy done an excellent job. We're very fortunate to have her.
Now, turning to our action items, we have the 86th District Court proposed session plan, and we have Judge Robert Cooney and Don Wagner here. Thank you for coming.
All right, good morning, Bob Cooney, Chief Judge for the court, and our court administrator, Dawn Wagner. And I just want to first say, I was glad to see you bring on Deb Allen. I've gotten to know her through Rotary, and she brings a tremendous amount of energy and leadership skills to everything she does. And with that being said, I'm going to really miss Chet too. So he's an excellent administrator. So anyway, we're here asking for additional funding for the court. And one of the big reasons is because we have a big change that's coming, and that is the retirement or eventual retirement of a couple of longtime employees. Noreen Castis, our magistrate court administrator, she is going down to half-time. She's been with the court for over 20 years. And in addition, we've been told that Cindy Schaub, who's been there for 20 years also, and we just have the two staff in the office right now, will probably be retiring in the next year or two. If it were up to her husband, it would be now, or
If it were up
or
to
if it were
her,
up to her, that's it. Okay, if it were up to her.
her
it'd
husband
be
told her
right
she
now.
couldn't go to next year.
I won't get into that. But anyhow, we're looking for an additional half-time employee in that department. Actually, it'd be a full-time employee, but we're only asking for half-time because Noreen is going down to half-time. She's going to give up the court administrator functions, and but she will continue to do the magistrate job. And we've been very fortunate in Leelanau County to have two such outstanding employees. They do an excellent job, and with all their institutional knowledge and all of the experience that they have, I like to think of it as we've got two people doing the job of probably three people up there anyhow. So this is a new request, but it's been on the back burner, something we've wanted to do for a long time. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dawn at this point to talk about the numbers.
So we didn't originally put it in our budget request for 2023 because we didn't get notified that we had heard that there was this potential for Noreen to retire. We were hoping it wouldn't come as soon as it has. So it missed our budget submission for 2023. That's why we're here on a separate day. Noreen's position is kind of an unusual position in that over the course of time, it kind of created and morphed into this unique position that we don't have anywhere else in our court. So she's a 0.5 FTE non-attorney magistrate, and she's also a 0.5 FTE office coordinator. What they've done is they've taken the top, she's at the top step for both. They've taken the top step for both and averaged her hours out to create her own step for the non-attorney magistrate office coordinator. What we'd like to do with Noreen's retirement is we'd like to clean that up a little bit. We would like to, she wants to stay as a part-time non-attorney magistrate. We'd love to keep her, given the court's our turnover over the last few years, our loss, our extreme loss of historical knowledge. We'd like to keep her for as long as we can keep her. So what we'd like to do is we would like to separate the 0.5 FTE non-attorney magistrate position from the 0.5 office coordinator position. We'd like to eliminate the 0.5 office coordinator position in lieu of a full-time FTE office specialist position, which would give us 2 full-time people in the office. It will help us, to maintain staffing in the office, to maintain the workload. We would like to take both of those positions and do cross-training on both so that both of those positions are doing civil and criminal work. And it would just make for, I think, a cleaner overall staffing plan for us.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve the 86th District Court proposed staffing plan change as requested as presented.
Support.
Yeah, you're the experts on how you need to get your work done. And I'm glad you're on this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Rection?
So how does that impact our budget?
Well, this is not in the proposed 2023 budget, so we have to revise it. Assuming you approve it next Tuesday night, we would revise it at some point in the 23 budget year.
The change, what's the difference between your budget?
So in your packet, I provided position costs. The first table, did you all get this? Okay. The first table is Noreen's position as it is, or as it was when I submitted it in November of 2022. The second table are what the numbers would be as of January 1st of 2023. There's a 3%, all of our staffing will receive a 3% raise on January 1st. And so the numbers on that second table reflect that increase. So the total difference for that split for the additional 0.5 FTE would be $24,012.22. And that will give us 2.2 FTEs in our office versus the current two FTEs.
So it's an additional 24,000.
It would be, yes.
But are we paying 11% of that?
These would,
24,000?
so these two positions are positions that are unique to Leelanau County. So this would be these would be your.
This is our responsibility.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so I thank you for, I read your position, your costs, and I didn't catch that above was present and below was.
So I am sorry to interrupt. I did, knowing that potentially there might be a question, I ran the numbers. If you were to approve it today and we were to hire today, the difference between those two positions would be $12,668.16. But again, I wanted to present to you what would be the legitimate cost for Leelanau County as of January 1st, 2023, which would be the 0.3%. I'm sorry, the 3% raise. So that would be the $24,012.22.
The 3% raise would have been, no matter who has a position.
That's exactly right. Right.
But so going forward, so Noreen would go to part-time.
She would, yes.
And she would do magistrate, just magistrate work.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, And then Cindy would stay on a couple years.
We're hoping.
Okay, and she does the office.
She's office specialist, yes.
Office specialist. The new one more position would do magistrate and office? Or
No,
just
no,
office?
we would eliminate the office coordinator position in lieu of the office specialist position. So she would,
Who was
that,
the office coordinator? That was her halftime position.
that was Noreen's other halftime,
So,
yes.
so it's going to take one person to replace what she did halftime?
Yes, well, so currently we have 2 people who man that office. And so when we have time off, work that's done.
Well, you're saying yes, and this is why. That's what you're telling me right now, yes?
Right, yes.
Okay.
I have to be honest, when you have 2 employees that are over 20 years,
very difficult.
it's.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, so, but when Noreen, and how long does she plan on staying part-time, just indefinitely?
She hasn't told us.
Okay.
I would like to keep her for as long as she wants to stay with us. She's
Okay.
an invaluable employee.
Yeah, very, very experienced. And then at the time she does step away, a new magistrate will be appointed.
So a new.
That would be a full-time magistrate, probably?
No, so what we have in Leelanau would then still be the 0.5 magistrate. We
Okay.
also have in reserve, we have a 0.1 attorney magistrate that we haven't filled. It's been difficult to find an attorney magistrate to fill that. So we've been doing our attorney magistrate work using visiting judges. And so we would like to eventually, when Noreen retires, merge
Combine
the,
those two
yes,
and make it a magistrate.
attorney magistrate, yes.
And then there would be 3 full people there.
It would still not be a full-time, it would be a 0.6. Mhm.
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Motion on the floor, and Jen, would you read that again to us, please?
Me?
Yes.
Okay. Motion by Alguier to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the 86th District Court proposed staffing plan change request as presented, seconded by Rushton.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate the commissioner's support. This is going to be very helpful.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome to join us in just a few minutes.
You know, I would love to, but I have a docket that's stacking up right now. So,
Thank you.
but I appreciate it.
At this time, we have the undersheriff here to talk about the renewal agreement for Leelanau Township. Good morning.
Good morning. As the chair said, I'm here for the renewal of the Leelanau Township contract. The current contract is proposed is for 4 years. It runs parallel to the millage that Leelanau Township just passed with, I believe, over a 70% approval vote. We had pre-negotiated with the supervisor. We were all set, just waiting on the millage. Now that the millage is passed, we know the funding is there available. This is a fully funded position by the township, which would run through the end of 2026. So.
Yes.
I believe Melinda had her hand up first.
I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners allow Leelanau County Sheriff's Office to enter into a 4-year agreement with Leelanau Township to supply a full-time deputy for the calendar years of 2023 through 2026, and further authorize the sheriff and the board chairman to sign the agreement.
Second.
Any discussion? Well, I would just say, Jim, that the Leelanau residents voted 1,100 to 400.
Correct, 1120 to 430, I believe.
Yes.
Roughly 72 something percent. But
Yes. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes.
thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'll get more. Okay.
Because we anticipate probably your discussion with the health department will take a little bit longer and we want to break at 10:30. We'll handle item 5 on the agenda, which is our recommendations to boards and commissions. If that's okay with you. We'll take a break and then we'll come back with the health department. Commissioner Roberts?
Probably make this really quick and easy if I recommend to the board of commissioners to approve the committee of the whole recommendations for various boards and commissions as presented.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. We have committee assignments. Thank you very much. Let's take a short break. We're going to have coffee and rolls in this room. We'll welcome Ms. Allen and we'll say thank you to Chet and we'll chat and we'll be back in about probably 20 minutes, depending how many people show up here. But please stick around. Thank you. We are-
Well, I'm just trying to learn here myself and Ross.
It's an ongoing learning process.
I'm glad.
I was just wondering. We have a bulge behind it and one together. Well, I'm sure.
Please unmute.
It was not, but now it is.
So thank you, and we will reconvene, and we're going to go back to agenda item number 3. Benton Leelanau District Health Department, we have 2 agenda items, and Chad, are you helping
Yeah.
Eric with the first one?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Richards may be online. John, are you online? Or Fred Hackle? Okay, I don't think they are, but you met them before, architects and engineers. And as you know, we've been talking about that. I think Eric and I and Dodie met Thanksgiving week of 2021 to talk about potential partnership in the lower level. So we've had dialogue off and on. And the board has kind of taken it step by step. At last month's meeting, you instructed me to get a proposal on specific engineering and architectural fees to get it to the point where we can go out for bids. And so I passed it out. I emailed it to all of you last week, and I passed it out this morning from Fred Hackle. And I thought they were going to be online, but I'm not sure where they are. But basically, the cost for their services, this means it'd be ready for construction bids. So this is the vast majority of the work. And it'd be $36,628. And that includes architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural engineering. And this is based on the outline that Eric has worked with them on. The good thing is, according to Eric's plan, this question was asked last month, that if for some reason Eric or his department, if the board approves this and go forward with this, if they were ever to move out, the plan is pretty basic where any department could come and use that space. So at this point, you obviously don't have to commit to the whole project. The next step is the process, just get it ready to go out to bid, which you asked for. I did meet with Dodie Putney about the financial part, and I told them they really don't have to commit a specific dollar amount unless the board approves this, and then we go out for bids and get the actual numbers. But it's safe to say they are willing to become a substantial partner with us for the cost of the construction. And I believe Dodie talked to the board about it last Thursday, I think it was. And the board endorsed the concept of a partnership. And so until we know exactly what the dollar amount is, we won't know. I know, Eric, you want to make some changes that may lower the cost also.
Yeah.
We're working on that. But
Dan is on.
Oh, Dan is online? Okay. John or Fred, are you online? Okay, they're not, but their proposal is pretty straightforward. So basically, get it to the point where we're ready for bids, and then construction is $36,628.
At this time, we ought to introduce the new health officer. He was, his title was changed from interim to permanent. Well, I don't know, I'm not sure it's permanent, but we took the interim off, right, Dan? So congratulations.
I think he may be frozen.
He froze.
Hear us.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so.
No, there we go, there we go.
Okay, sorry about that. My microphone wasn't working for that for a second. Actually, today is the day the Department of Health, the Health Department of Northwest Michigan is meeting, the Board of Health is meeting today at 4:30, and then so I can't really officially take the interim off until, you know, hopefully later today, later this evening. So, but I appreciate it.
So I guess the point is, this time is, does the board wish to proceed to take the next level, which is get all documents, do the design, do all the structural, electrical, plumbing design, and then go out for bids.
Commissioner Soslow and then Commissioner Rushton.
And my question is, do we need a motion on this?
Yes, you'd have to
So-
approve the proposal
So
from.
I will make a motion that we proceed with,
You would have to accept a bid from FAH.
we proceed with the architectural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and structural engineering design, and accept the bid from Frederick a capital firm to complete the work and an amount not to exceed $36,628. Funds to come from. Jen, do you know that?
Yes, would be your 470. So your capital improvement, Chet, this is I just want to make sure, just to verify, because it's budget. This is the 50,000 that you appropriated?
No, the 50,000 was spent on the HVAC project. This is a separate project that we did not budget for.
Okay, so you do not have any money budgeted for this?
So by next week, we could come up with the account number. And just, so you know, this is John Richards, as you remember last time, Kirsten Policastro. He partners with different, but it's the same Apollo engineering firm that has done the previous projects.
So there should be Apollo engineering.
No, it is partnership. Just before, as you remember, it was 3E, just through Kirsten. So John does the same thing. Instead of having Kirsten and 3 involved, it's FAH, it's Fred Hackle, but it's the same engineering firm. And this is how he structured his business.
And I would support.
Scott.
There's a couple concerns I have with this. One, we had our maintenance department that came before us several months ago, concerned about the structure of this building, and in particular, the back wall. At that time, there was some discussion about that cost being around $750,000 to repair that wall. Now, whether that's a firm number or not a firm number. However, this board has never taken the time to look into the existing problem that we have here in this building with a cost of around $750,000. So I really feel that for us to move forward on this renovation, first, before we take care of our structural problem with the building, is ill-advised on my behalf. Because we've got that to fix before we move ahead with any other projects in the building, in my opinion.
Any other? Yes, Linda?
So there was a motion, I'm sorry, was it not to exceed 36,000?
That's what I said, yes.
36,628.
628.
All right, so that fee is based on, did he do his calculation? Is that 8% of what he believes the total, 85% of what the total project is going to be? A completion. He services 85%, which would.
To reduce the drawings and specifications with it.
But that's just, how firm, I guess, is that price? That's the question.
It will not exceed that price.
So it could be less, it could be less.
If the board chooses then to go out for bids and get a contractor, if you want them to continue being the overseer like we did last time, then be additional fees for that. But up to this point, it will not exceed that 36,600.
Okay. I am opposed.
Are you talking about the cost of the construction?
Well, I was looking at his calculation of how he came up with that.
Okay.
So if it's more or less, does that change? It's interesting. So, yeah, I would like to see us keep that open space down there for potential county purposes in the future. And I also would like to see us take a good hard look at that, the structural wall down there by maintenance, and take care of that issue before we go any further. I think it's a serious problem.
Good.
Yeah, we should look into a structural issue with the wall, absolutely. And we have a huge space at our rural level, which is very expensive space, and completely underutilized. I think it serves our citizens to have a one-stop shop here they can go to building codes, they can go to the conservation district, and they will be able to go to environmental health. All in one place. I think that serves our constituents. So I'm in favor of going forward with this.
Can I ask you about the?
Well, yeah, we just had an engineer look at it. It's a long-term goal, has been a problem as long as I've been here. It's not an immediate danger. The 700,000 was the worst case scenario until we have an engineer and look at it. It could be much less. But I asked him to give us the very worst case scenario, and that was about 700,000, but it could be much less too. And it needs to be looked at long-term, but it's not immediate danger.
Can I ask what it is? Is there?
It's when it was during the construction, for whatever reason, there's some errors done in the construction part of it. That there's some issues with some structural issues and water seeping in and so forth. If you look out there, you can see the bottom part is kind of wet all the time and so forth. So it's been on our radar, but not to the point where it's a crisis situation. And until you get an engineer to do a full feasibility study, which if you'd like to do, we can get a price to do that. Like I said, he said it could be, well, he didn't want to guess. He gave me the worst case scenario. We had to completely rebuild everything, which is probably not.
So the building's not cracking.
No.
Oh, it actually is. There's some fallen concrete. You have to look at it yourself.
Yeah.
You have to go look at it.
Maybe at a next meeting, you can get a tour of that, take a look at it. And maybe you want to talk about getting a professional come and do a study. Pat Machen has just briefly looked at it, but he says until he does a study, he just could not comment on the price.
Commissioner Bailey and then Commissioner Lutler.
So it's back to your suggestion that we need a facilities manager who kind of looks at a lot of corners in this building that may need some attention at some time in the future.
Yes.
But I fully agree that we have very expensive underutilized space in the basement of this building, and it should be considered more than just storage. So certainly we should look at a better use.
Commissioner Lutler.
I think it's really interesting that now all of a sudden this is very expensive space, because when this building was built, there was some argument of even putting the lower level in. And ironically, perhaps I argued very hard for that lower space because it was the cheapest layer to build in this courthouse. Absolutely most inexpensive part of this building was that lower level, and I wanted the commissioner's meeting room, etc. So that is how that happened, and we are using that space now. We've already taken a part of it for our new boiler system, and it is full of equipment used by our courts, which means that if this goes forward, you're going to be having to build something else for them to store their things in. And it's also used by the employees for all the shredding. There's 3 or 4 dumpsters down there now where a lot of that day-to-day shredding and stuff goes on for our county offices. That's one more thing that's going to have to be booted out of there. And so it is not wasted space. It is being utilized for county offices as was designed.
Any other questions or concerns? Sitting on the health board, I have heard over and over about the need for space, and I'm going to support the motion on the floor because I think we just must move forward with a solution. We don't have any other options on the table, but I assume in the design phase, we'll look at how we best use that, and there might still be some room to do some other things, and I hope it's less than the big cost here, but I think we need to study. Commissioner Rushton?
You know, this proposal may sound like a good fit today, but down the road, I foresee that there are going to be some issues. Personally, you know, there was discussion about, well, number one, we are not responsible to provide housing to the health department. That's number one. Number two, there was discussion about the campus as far as partnering with the health department to maybe erect a different kind of a building, a building totally that could house their whole operation, okay, on the campus. And maybe, you know, you could overbuild to a certain point, so you could invite like the Secretary of State to come in to offset the costs of the build. But I think for me, there's a couple issues. One is the space that we're taking away from the people who do work in this building and utilize that space. And two, we're separating the health department. They're going to be now in two different locations. I understand that bringing him closer to the county government is an advantage. However, I think we're going about this in the wrong manner. I think that if we would want to partner with the health department, we should look at a much bigger picture instead of spending money here, a short-term fix. As it's been mentioned, we don't have this budgeted. And a lot of these projects on the table, I don't see, we put the stuff out there and think the money grows on trees, but out of the stuff is not in our budget. We got to scramble for the dollars. I think that this board should take a breather, take a look at a long-term picture, the whole campus. That's my opinion.
Well, I think Commissioner Rushton brings up a lot of good points. The reason I'm supporting it is I think the long-term plan, let's say the health department moves out in 5 years, 4 years, the health department environmental division in 4 or 5 years, that space is not wasted because it is converted and they have paid a portion of it, which saves the county money. And it's now ready for other, either it's our own departments or an outside entity to take over and use that space, and the county continues to derive revenue from it, support the building and the operation of the building. And if we build on the campus, that's not precluded. It's something that can bring the entire health department together if and when that comes about and is an appropriate move. But in the meantime, it solves a key problem. And Benzie does provide space for the health department, even though they're not required. We don't. And I think this is a way we can help, but it's a win-win. We end up with a space that's finished that we don't pay the whole cost for, and yet we are going to have revenue to operate this building from. So to me, it makes good sense to do that now, and if at some point in time, the health department wants to consider, and the new board wants to consider a place on our campus for the entire health department, that's great. But that does not mean that this would be a good interim first step, in my opinion.
Any other comment? Okay, could we have all those in support of the motion say aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-2. Thank you. We're now at the item 3B. This board asked the health department to pass a septic ordinance code, and Eric has been working hard on that. Dan's been working hard on that. The health department staff's been working hard on that. The Benzie Board of Commissioners has been very supportive of that. So he's here today to give us a quick update, and then we're going to hopefully take action on the ordinance that has been prepared. Laurel sent us all a packet on Thursday with communication from Eric, changes in the existing ordinance and the proposed new code, which we'll be taking action on later.
Perfect. Well, thank you. So as Commissioner Wessel mentioned, you directed the Board of Health or recommended to the Board of Health that we incorporate the well and septic system evaluation portion of Benzie County's code, and the Board of Health directed my division to do that. We worked very hard to come up with a unified code. A lot of it was updating a lot of old references, because the codes that we have, there's one in Benzie, one in Leelanau. They were both passed in the mid-60s. In addition to that, we reorganized it to make it a little easier for individuals to understand what the rules and regulations would be, provide more definitions for that aspect as well. And then just threw in some more clarifying rules and regulations that we've used for years that have been policy, to make them more firm and out there for our contractors and our community to understand what's going on. So in addition to that, of course, we added the well and septic system portion to the unified code, and then adjusted some of the alternative treatment system levels based on current knowledge and science and what we know can be done with those type of systems. So last Wednesday, the Board of Health approved the version that you should have received. So the next step is to get approval from both Benzie and Leelanau County's Board of Commissioners before it can be adopted. And if it is adopted, it would be 45 days after the final county approves the proposed unified code before it goes into effect. So I am here today to obviously answer any questions you may have, but to ask that you approve the version that our Board of Health approved last Wednesday, so that we can move forward with what you requested and recommended to our Board of Health way back in September, I believe it was. So I appreciate you having me here today. Appreciate you recognizing all the hard work that's gone into this to try to come up with a unified code that both counties will have and share, instead of having two different versions, which always makes it a little confusing for contractors and realtors and that sort of thing. So I think this is a great step for our district, for the citizens of Benzie and Leelanau County. And I believe it is a reasonable code that is not too heavy-handed, nor is it too light for what the purpose of the health department is, which is the protection of public health, our community, and the environment, which always affects our health. So thank you for having us here today, and I hope you approve it.
Barb Conley is the health board chair, and Dan is the health officer, and the three of them participated in 2 public hearings. And before we take questions, I wondered if you could characterize, either Barb or Dan or Eric, what we heard from the public in those 2 hearings.
Sure, I can take that. So yes, we did have a public hearing in both Benzie and Leelanau counties. You could do it online in either county at that time as well. And by far the majority of the feedback from the public was in support of the proposed code. Vast majority. So I couldn't give you a percentage, but there was significantly more people in favor of it than were opposed to it. Some wanted it stronger, some wanted it obviously weaker. So that means I think we hit it right on the nail. So.
Questions? When?
I am just grateful for your work. It has been years and years of effort. And I'm glad that the code in Benzie has worked well. And the fact that the Benzie commissioners and public support this is a testimony to its basic common sense. I think that's really what this is. It's common sense. You are acting to protect our health and the health of our waters, both our lakes and our drinking waters. So thank you very, very much for your work. And we need a motion to proceed. What motion do we need?
We need a motion to adopt, to recommend to.
Yeah, so I would love to make that motion to recommend that we adopt the septic ordinance. Benzie, Leelanau District Department of Health, the sanitary code. Thank you. As presented.
Second. No, a second.
Linda?
Eric, I had a conversation with someone a while back, and there seems to be, I kind of get what has happened here with narrative, and narrative is very important because it changes minds. So I do know, because I attended one of the public hearings, and I happened to ask him, like, hey, how are you here? Oh, I received an email, told me to come and support this. The whole group did. The whole group received an email to come. So I do know you had a lot of support. Kudos to the party that put that out, because I think it was highly successful. So a couple months ago, I had to explain to us how a septic system drain field works. And as I explained that conversation to somebody a while ago, they said, oh, you're not an expert. I have to listen to the experts. I have argued for years that we did not need a blanket code because we have so many different formations in Leelanau County and Benton County, where a good portion of our land has drain fields, and they've operated highly successfully all these years. So the question to you a couple months ago was how, if a drain field fails, that's away from any lake or stream, could possibly get to groundwater.
Are you asking me that
Yeah.
question now? So obviously it depends. If you are high and dry in the middle of nowhere and you have groundwater that's 50 feet below the surface, and you have confining layers and all of the other factors that are involved with it, it may not. However, I have seen where it is on top of the ground surface and you have animals and dogs. And in this one case, I've had chickens and other things that are walking through the house. That is also a health issue. So it's not always necessarily going to groundwater or surface water.
Thank you. It is not. So as the way a drain field works, and it's filtered, if a drain field fails, what happens? Seals off and comes up. So this is what you're speaking about. So if a drain field fails, water does not go down to groundwater. It comes up. So that's where you may have this soggy field you're talking about, where chickens might be walking through it, etc. At that point, that homeowner knows they have a problem. And they're going to soon have a much bigger problem that backs up into their home. But it's not going to reach groundwater unless it's near a lake or stream and can eventually. Even still, what is the probability of it reaching a creek if it's on high, dry, or sandy property? It's not going to, because it's going to be soaked in. That's why, and it's kind of fun to watch those Google Maps so you can see anybody's system in the county that's failed, because it will have that beautiful, nice green rectangle lawn, and that tells you if you've got a serious problem. So I realize the narrative has changed, and the narrative has been highly successful. I will oppose this because this is going to put undue burden on our taxpayers. It's undue regulation and it's undue burden. We could have a look at the areas that really did need to be looked at, but you chose instead to do blanket and punish those who are not creating the problem. The other point, and I have one more point that I wanted to make, is that it has not caused any problems in Benton County. I do believe there are problems, and there have been problems, and you chose not to share them with us. As I shared in the past, I have heard from people in Benton County that this has put an undue burden on them for a scope of reasons. But I do know it has caused delays in closing of homes, because this now will force an inspection before the home can be sold. Because I actually had to intervene at one point, because the letter saying the system was just fine, you were too busy to put the letter out. And the closing was like the next day. So I intervened and we got the letter emailed and it was fine. But my point is, I know you're going to have to put on even more staff now to handle all this wonderful new regulation, and I will be opposing it. We could have done something much better. We could have been leaders. We could have been leaders and designed something specific for Leelanau County.
Thank you. Lynn?
I have a question. Before the field is completely saturated and is in total failure and does bubble up, what happens before that to things in the field?
Well, in situations like that, the interface between the drain field and the soil is trying to take as much water as possible. A septic system that is not maintained properly will have finer materials that get out to the drain field and plug up that interface. But in the meantime, while it is plugging up, that water is going down into the ground. There is some evaporation that comes out of the system as well. And it is being overloaded. And that's what will cause that bubbling, the anaerobic situation to occur in a drain field, which will cause it to come out of the ground at that point in time or back into a house. A lot of times we will find rooting that gets into a drain field that will cause the septic tank to back up or back into the house as well. So there's many different things going on when a system is maturing and getting towards the point of failure.
But
So,
in the meantime, if the septic field is not adequately filtering, whatever goes in there is
you are getting some transportation of water through
down
that
to the ground.
that interface. And the issue is in a drain field, it should be an aerobic situation. That water, any water that you would see in there should be clear because the bacteria and the viruses and protozoa are doing their job. In a situation where the water is not leaving a system fast enough, it becomes anaerobic, it becomes very dangerous to health. So that is the situation we try to avoid in the drain field. And that's what happens there is that the system can no longer take the water you're asking it to take. So the oxygen isn't getting there for the microorganisms to do what they need to do, causing a situation that's not healthy.
So things go down.
Oh, sure.
Before they start coming.
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
I would say that we did place an ad in the enterprise on the public notice to make sure that everybody in the county was aware of the public notice. Also know that the health department did the same thing, posted on your website and posted on walls and bulletin boards.
Correct.
So I assume that anybody that wanted input into the ordinance did go on those meetings. I hope they did.
We did announce in the Benzie County Record Patriot, Leelanau Enterprise, Traverse City Record Eagle, and then some online resources were provided with that information. Yes.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Rushton, and then David.
The state of Michigan empowered townships to create ordinances. I brought this up before. The reason they did that is because local government is closest to the people. I don't care how much you advertise, there's a lot of people that are not aware that this is coming down. The health department didn't approach this board with an urgent health issue. However, this board decided to take the power for themselves through their proxy, the health department, and work around our government, our form of government, to write this ordinance, knowing that this board was going to approve it. I don't like the way this has gone down. I think it's a usurpation of power away from our townships and our citizens. And as I said before, you should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you.
So, we know that the ordinances between Leelanau and Benzie were contradictory or not the same and difficult to apply because of that. And then on the issue of townships having the ability to create the ordinance. The Leelanau plan, general plan way before this, in chapter 6, talks about having a system of inspections. So that's where we kind of brought all the townships together under one voice to say we need common ordinances. So in the public hearing, I heard Nancy Popa's comment about how we needed to go further, which I agree with. I think there are certain aspects of inspections that we need to apply that would be more extensive than just the time of transfer evaluation. So my suggestion would be to set a date 2 or 3 years out. I don't know how much time you think you need to really develop some data that would make sense. If 2 years is enough, look at the ordinance again in 2 years and see what we need to do to improve it, what we're missing. That would be my comment.
Are we ready to vote? All those in support of the motion on the floor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-2. Thank you. We're now down to item number 4. Trudy, you're back. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Dan.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, this first item here for you today is with regard to the site in Cedar, the recycling site. It's in Solon Township. And I sent a memo out, excuse me, an email out last Thursday to all of you, the Solon Township Board and the Solid Waste Council, just to give you an update and let everybody know what's going on. I was at their meeting November 17th. I reviewed the document, which I also sent to you, the 2-page proposed amendment to the agreement with them for the recycling site that was developed by our corporate counsel. And they did not agree to it. They did not take action on it. They asked me a lot of questions, went back through previous history and so forth. And I said, you know, this is what I have in front of me today. I can't authorize anything else. If you have a request, I'll take it back to the board. And their request is what I put in that email is they wanted to still get their lease payment every year, but they also want us to take care of everything at the site, which would be different than any of the other sites that we have. There was reference made to the Suttons Bay recycling site, but I did point out to them is we don't pay them a lease payment. It's $1 a year. We don't pay $3,600 to the road commission for that site. So it's a little bit different arrangement there. And then, of course, the site in Peshabi Town, we don't pay them anything. It's just a mutual agreement that we will have the site there. So that is what is before you today. The current agreement expires at the end of this month. And if we don't have some arrangement in place, then we need to pull those containers. I did point out in this email that they have been saying for some time now that, you know, they have other plans there, and I understand that they have some pretty detailed plans of what they want to do for Parks and Rec in that area, and the recycling site is not going to work out for them. So we've been aware of that. We have been looking at other sites. Some of those have fallen through. We have one site that looks pretty good right now, but it's not going to be a quick fix. It's going to take a long time to see if we can get approvals and then get the site ready and so forth. And there's one other site that just came up that I'm going to be looking at. So I've talked to GFL. They're aware of the situation as well. And I told them if we have to pull this site, you know, got to get these containers out of there at the end of the year. It's not going to be a good thing. We will hear from the citizens, but it may be what needs to be done. And GFL said that they will work with me. They're kind of brainstorming to figure out if there's some other ideas that we might be able to come up with to kind of help out while we're looking for another site. So that's what I'm here today for, is to see what you think of their request. Again, if we don't have anything in place by the end of the year, we need to pull those containers out of Cedar and let citizens know that that site is closed.
So clarify this for me.
Sure.
The existing site, that township wants to utilize that property for part of their Parks and Rec.
Yes, they've been looking at some grants and.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, but in the meantime, what you're saying is they'll keep that recycle site there temporarily according to certain conditions.
Right, conditions that are different than we have at any other sites.
Right. So requiring 100% maintenance and plus a stipend. So if we start that practice with one, I would assume that we would be providing that same service for the rest of the sites that require it or request it.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume that we would be setting that precedent, and the agreements with the rest of the sites expire next year.
Which doesn't put us in a very good position to
Right.
move forward with that. Now, with the new site, what you're saying is some potential sites have been looked at. However, those sites are going to require extensive rehabilitation. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's one of the ones that just came up that I'm looking at may not need too much. But the other one that we've been looking at for some time is going to definitely take some money. With regard to what they're asking for, when I was at the meeting, they said the $3,600 a year does not cover their costs. They didn't give me the breakdown, but said it didn't cover their costs. So if they're saying, you know, 4,000 or 5,000, whatever maintenance plus the lease, we're up at $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a year for that site. I'm just estimating that compared to what we're paying for other sites. So that was part of the agreement, is that the 3,600 was to pay for maintenance at other sites, at these sites. And this is the only site now, since we went to 3,600, this is the only site where I'm hearing that that's not enough money for them. I haven't heard that from any other site.
So this site that you're looking at, the one that is a little bit more promising, what's a timeline to get that up and running?
6 months would be lucky, I think. I think it might take even longer than that.
And where do those recycling customers, what other options do they have in that?
Nothing close in the community. They'll be going to Glen Lake School, Leelanau School in Glen Arbor, the government site here, or Elmwood Township.
Thank you.
Do we even, so what cleanup that they're asking for? What's involved in that, and do we have anybody to do that?
They were asking for any of the additional costs to be covered. So the snow plowing, putting down any gravel, grading, anything like that.
So that's what they want us to do.
Yeah, they said any of their costs. So I don't have a number for you other than what I estimated is that I know it's more than 3,600 because they told me the 3,600 wasn't covering it. So they want the 3,600 plus whatever other costs there might be.
So if we agreed to that, who would we have do that, all of that?
We would have to figure that out. And we might use who they're using right now, but we would be paying all those invoices.
What was the justification provided for receiving 3,600 stipend when they're not, that is to cover those types of expenses?
That was their request. They, like I said, they did reference what Sutton's Bay site got, Sutton's Bay Township site got. That's the road commission site. I pointed out that's another government-owned site, county-owned site, and that we're not paying them the lease agreement. But they did reference that in their discussion, and they wanted something similar to that. And that's when they said, we want our lease and we want you to take care of all the other costs involved with the recycling site. So I'm bringing the message to you. Letting you know these are our options. And again, if there's nothing in place, then we will notify people that we'll have to pull that site at the end of the year. It's not going to be a popular decision. We've pulled sites before. It might turn out that this is the impetus that another site comes forward, that somebody brings something forward to us and says, hey, we've got this location.
A follow-up question, if I may. Are there other sites that are reasonably close in the area that might be considered, that you know?
Yes.
Okay.
I think in the first place, Dave's use of a piece of property, so that maybe, you know, the 3,600 would just be the headache of having the recycling site there, right? The impact of people who do bring recycling, maybe use the outhouse that has to be pumped, et cetera. I really am not sure. It could just be for the pain and suffering of all the phone calls taken because people are leaving styrofoam coolers full of stuff outside of bins and refrigerators and tires and car seats and lawn chairs and everything else that gets left there. And the board starts getting those calls, even though we try to pass those along as we get those. It's a different site too. It's a gravel road, wet, generally. Gravel road, and it's not right off the road. You have to drive in, it's a big circle. It's never graded enough. So it really should be graded probably once a week all summer. It needs a lot of grading. The majority of that traffic on that drive is recycling. Snowplow, obviously, it's going to depend on a year. That pretty much boils it down. Deb asked the question, and I would, Centerville doesn't want a site. Casson doesn't want a site. Cleveland doesn't want a site. Leland doesn't want a site. Nobody wants these bins. Nobody wants them. They're at Solon, so all of that traffic comes into Solon. Except what now Leland is coming down to this campus. Some, I expect, some are still going down. Or they're ending up in Elmwood. Elmwood has fortunately a paved site already. The road commission paid for the paving of that new site. Is that the same? They paid for the
The
asphalt.
county did.
We did. We paid for that.
That was
asphalt.
part of the initial agreement. Yep.
Okay. So, well, they got that paved then instead of giving us a stipend. So I guess, it's just up to us. Do we want to keep a site down there? Or do we want it to go away? We have got the site here now, I guess. Can always bring them up here.
Tricia?
In a little mini survey, which is not official, since the Leland site did close, and by the way, it closed because the property was changing hands, potentially over time. I think the majority of the Leland folks that live in the area are going to either road commission or here. They're not going to Cedar so much. Some I'm sure do, but not that many. But that's neither here nor there. I think since there are other sites that you know of that might be potential, my opinion is closing. It's been a problem. We've put a lot of money into it over time and making beautification needs that were requested. I think asking for the money for providing operational maintenance services is not reasonable. So if that's where it's hanging, they don't want, and the site would be closed if we don't provide that. I say we don't provide that and we look for an alternate site. And I'm sure one will come online, as you say, that often happens. Centerville would like to have one. They just don't have a spot. Looked at having it at the township hall, but the grading is such and the property, it gets so icy in the winter, it would be really difficult. And it could only handle a couple of things that we did talk about that, 4 weeks. So I think that would be my opinion.
I have a question. Have the cameras helped? I haven't noticed this much furniture.
Mhm. We hit it hard this past summer. We're going to do it again next year. Is not only the cameras, but the signage on the bins, which about half of the bins throughout the county have been changed to the new green ones. GFL is working on those. You have to sandblast and repaint so forth. So those have the new signage on it that this camera surveillance is there. But we also sent out the postcards this past summer to hit them in early June. And those were very effective to let people know of the penalties, of the cameras. This is what you can recycle, this is what you cannot. And we got a lot of good calls from people saying they didn't even realize that. And we're going to repeat that again. So I think it was a matter of all of those things. Plus, we have some recycling ambassadors at some of our sites now who are going in and picking up, and people are seeing them there. And we did do a follow-up on a couple things in Elmwood Township. Wasn't directly related to the recycling, but people understood that those cameras are on and we are following up.
So there is an improvement, there's less.
Yes, this past summer, we received very few calls on materials left. 0 calls from the Glen Arbor site and the Empire site, which historically we got quite a few calls from those sites. We didn't receive any calls from those sites, and the other ones, maybe a couple.
So I use the Glen Arbor site, but I also use the Cedar site a lot on my way to Trevor's. But I don't see how we can set that precedent. And I hope that one of these other sites becomes available. I'll be sad to see that go, but.
Do you need action today, or is no
If
action?
if you don't take any action, then we're just going to proceed with the fact that these containers are coming out at the end of the year. And we will work hard to try to find another site and even come up with some other options that might work in the meantime.
Yeah, I just want to say, I remember when I first came on the board about 10 years ago when we were having such issues down at Elmwood with the cost of maintaining the sites and so on and so forth. And I think it was at that time that I had asked the board to look at and recommend that we provide a stipend to our townships, even though they were a partner in the project, you might say, at that time. And the stipend was to help offset the cost for the maintenance work that they were doing. However, the recycle has picked up the pace on that as far as beautifying these sites, improving the sites. The waste facility has better served our sites, I think, with cleanup and so on and so forth. And when I look at this request, it just tells me they really don't want the site there. It's their way of saying, if we have to have it, this is what we want, but we really don't want the site there. So I will not support the request.
Does anybody want to make a motion, or are we ready to move on? I don't.
Well,
Good.
Since this is my township, I would make a motion that we accept Solon's proposal for a recycling site, which is $3,600 a year to keep the site there. And we pay for all the road grading and snow plowing.
Thank you. I don't see a second, so we'll move on. Thank you. On that, next agenda item.
Okay, I have, this is just an update for you so that we can move this forward. And a reminder, back in June of 2021, you passed a resolution that we would enter into an agreement with Habitat for Humanity. They have a home down in Cedar, which they have the right of first refusal to purchase it back. There's also an additional lot next door to it that would be part of it, and that is a buildable lot, so they could essentially build another home next to it. You approved that. The homeowner backed away from it with the market and just trying to find another place. It didn't work out. Now the homeowner is ready to sell fairly quickly. So Habitat is working on the final documentation, and the resolution just stated that any final documentation would come back to you for approval. So I'm hoping that we have some answer that we could bring it back to you next Tuesday. And it all involves the money and perhaps putting a lien on that property to secure the county's interest. So that's just a quick update for you. And if we could move it forward to next Tuesday, I should have an answer for you by then.
I would make that motion, move this forward to Tuesday.
Any discussion? Any questions for Judy? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
April, we're to senior services. We have already done.
Oh, okay.
Just so you do have an option to review all these contracts in one motion if you choose. They're all renewal contracts for some new contracts, these are strictly renewal contracts. So if you choose to, you could do them individually or do them in one motion.
Is there any change? Any significant?
There is increase in cost for some of them,
The language is.
but the language, everything is the same in
And they
regards.
all were written by our legal counsel.
Yep.
So we could have a motion to accept all of them. We could still take questions on individual ones if there were questions. We have a motion.
Want me to read each one? I would move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept contract renewals for medication management services with Flowers Health Services. The Laundry Project, Leelanau County Family Coordinating Council, Meals on Wheels, Northwest Michigan Community Action Agency, dental clinics, dental services, the Health Department of Northwest Michigan, volunteer coordination services with Share Care of Leelanau, and foot care services by Linda Lindell.
Second.
Any discussion or questions? Deb Rustin and Melinda.
It would appear that on some of these services in our motion, we need to waive our bidding policy. So that needs to be included in the motion.
I would amend the motion to approve that.
Second.
Yes.
State it. And
Well, we're going to have to take a vote on the amendment.
to include.
Restate your,
Yes.
withdraw your original motion, restate it.
Can I just add?
We know what you.
You don't have to read. the
Yeah.
text again.
I got it.
Yes. Thank you.
My only question was, were they doing our dental services before the health department? Oh, they were. Okay.
Yeah, we've, yeah,
Yeah, I just didn't remember them being the ones that were providing it, so I
Yeah.
was curious about it.
We've-
Okay.
Other questions?
And thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And April, you have all these contracts in your budget.
yes, they were all put in the budget.
I saw them in there.
The changes in the increase in amounts are just the cost of living kinds of increases.
Correct.
nothing significant.
Correct.
Any other questions? Okay, let's vote on the motion. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Sure.
Thank you. All right, and then I bring before you acceptance of it, received a contribution of $500 from a community member for our Comfort and Joy program.
Commissioner Lutmer.
Yes, I would move to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the Leelanau County Senior Services accept a contribution from an anonymous donor totaling $500 and place it into the Leelanau County Senior Services Christmas stocking account number ending in 675.001.
Second.
Support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Before we go on, would you remind us all of the senior services luncheon next week and invite
Yes.
volunteers?
So it's really nice that we're going to have a Christmas party again. It's been, COVID has interrupted our tradition and for several years now. We're a little saddened we don't get to have it at the Bluebird. That's been a tradition for years and years. But the Leland Lodge is going to host us. And so it is next Thursday. I'll just verify the date of that, the 15th at 12 o'clock. And if you're welcome to come and to be a part of that if you so wish. So
Looking for coffee pourers?
Yes, yeah, greeters, yes, be
Okay.
great.
So even though Mr. Wilson is the only one eligible age-wise, over 60, none of the other ones are. Are they still invited to come?
Of course, you're welcome,
Okay.
yeah.
In fact, April, I think I'm almost aged out.
Oh, no, 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 no.
You have to beat Mrs. Mazurek, who's will be 101, so you have a few years left to get
Yeah.
Mrs. Mazurek.
Yeah.
We are now down to 6C, and you want to?
Yeah, let me just give an overview of this. This is a top, I went back, it kind of prompted me, if you looked at last week's enterprise, looking back, they had a 10-year looking back on the structural changes in senior services. So it got me looking at my notes, and when we did that major restructuring, there was talk about adjusting the director's salary, and that did not have support at that time. We looked at it in 2018 during the budget process, and at that time, there was not a movement to go forward. Last year, the budget process in August, we looked at this in August and September 2021. There was adjustment made structurally on the salary due to which on the pay scale, but not the position itself, just the steps were adjusted. And then in September last year, we said we look at it during the 2022 budget season. And so we are at the end of that budget season. We talked about it at August, September, I think October, in our budget meetings. And so this is the last chance, I think, for this year to adjust it. So if you look in your board package, let me just go over, you have a memo from me, you have our current pay scale, you have a comparison of other counties, then you have April's memo, which has a recommendation also. And by the way, April, I did acknowledge your 10-year service. I believe this is your anniversary this week, right?
Today.
Today, okay.
Yeah.
So time was by quickly. It's hard to
Yeah,
believe it's been
yeah.
10 years. So, and once again, we're talking about the position and not the person in the position. So if you look at the, my recommendation, I'll keep it simple, then it's up to the 7 of you. Last month, our chairman asked us to put together, I'll say, a task force to look at the salary, including myself, Darcy Weaver, who I don't know if she's not, oh yeah, she is there, hiding behind that here, I can see her. Commissioner Lautner and Commissioner Soltis Little, and we looked at that. And I believe, Deb, you were at that meeting too as an observer to look at that. Darcy and I made a recommendation that I guess April officially endorsed, but it's lower than her recommendation. I think that's a fair statement. And I mean, we can go on and on about this, but what Mrs. Weaver and I are recommending that the pay be adjusted to starting pay from the current rate of 56,036 10 cents to 64 618.87, which is the same level as the human resource director. And this really should have been done probably years ago. And I brought it up before, I'm not gonna repeat everything, but the current salary was established in the 90s when the entire budget for the senior service at that time was the commission agent was 200,000. When the motion passed in 2002, it greatly increased the duties, responsibilities, and budget now it's almost $1 million for the service. If you look just at our pay scale, the senior service director is the lowest department head and actually is lower than the chief deputy of the clerk, is lower than chief deputy of the treasurer, is lower than the chief deputy of the register of deeds, as well as lower than the assistant director of the 911 community management position. So the duties there really, April has responsibilities for a budget that's $1 million, and yet her pay is lower than some of our chief deputies. So forth. So we look at that. Our task force, the two commissioners could not agree on what the salary would be, but they did both agree that it should be decision and have a dialogue with the full board. So what you have a proposed motion on page 120 that leaves the salary amount out. You have what Ms. Weaver and I thought was a fair compromise. And once again, we're trying to find common ground because this has been an issue for 10 years and we never have been able to find common ground. So we looked at it in 2013 and 2018, some in 2021, now here we're in 2022. And so we're trying to find common ground. But I think the base pay should be adjusted at least to that level of 64,600, and that's a starting wage for the position.
Gwen and then Deb.
I am grateful that this is being looked at. We have talked about it for a long time. The senior services is voted in by a huge majority of our population. So our people want this. And they renew it at a resounding level on every millage. So this is a service that our population wants, approves of, and uses. I believe this is one of our, this department is as important as every single department we have. There is a large budget. There's a lot of responsibility. And your responsibility is for the souls of our people, including their health. And I commend you on what you do and the way you've led this department.
Thank you.
I would love to see, I would like to see Leelanau County also be, I hate to say it, would we be a leader in actually stating that a department whose job is the care of our people is just as important as every other department. We care for our construction codes. We care for our people's money. All of our departments are important, and this department is just as, if not more, because our people resoundingly support it in a millage. Your work is important, and your expertise is of a very, very professional level. I would support and make a motion that the starting salary for senior services be on par with every other department head in our county. I looked at the list in the comparison with other counties, and 6 counties pay more than we do. We have a large program. I see absolutely no, I do not understand any recommendation that would pay our senior services department head any less than any other department head. So I would recommend the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners set the starting salary for senior services on par.
You have to have a number.
Yeah, because the starting salaries truly do range.
Yeah, so.
There has to be a number.
Are you looking for 64, 618, 87?
How about 69, 599, 81?
In other words, equal to the planning department director.
Yes, and finance director.
I don't hear a second.
Okay.
Commissioner Rushton, did you second it? We have a motion and a second. We'll now, Deb Rushton.
My question is, with the comments my fellow commissioner made, I would suggest that at this time, that we also increase, in fact, I'll make an amendment to the motion to include the maintenance director, who is also a director and who is not at that same level. My question.
Do I have a second?
Eastport?
Okay, just.
Yes.
My other question is, and if you can explain this to me, you're resetting the starting salary. How does that impact the director today? I see that her 4-year is currently at 68,112.36. However,
That's what
that's not your wage today, correct?
no, that is my wage today.
You did not, oh, that's with all your raises and your, except for.
Because of the due to the miscalculations that were previously, I am just now at the 68. It's my understanding of how that
Yeah,
works.
she's been here 10 years, so whatever rate you put this at, she'd be at the top of the pay scale. Unless you specifically make a motion compromise, because we're talking about the starting salary. So just a starting salary, you adjust the scale all the way through. Unless it's a specific.
How does that impact the director if we change that starting salary? How does that impact her
Then
today?
she would be at 77,065. Something like that. Because she'd been here 10 years. So she'd be given the credit for 10 years and would be at the 4 years.
Commissioner Lautner and then Commissioner Sarchello.
I think that we're not being realistic and we're really being quite emotional about this. I think it's really important that we have to look at what we require a person to fill that position. We have a recommendation from our HR department, from administration, to raise it up to 64,618, same as HR. So if I remember right, this position does not take a master's degree, correct? Does it take a bachelor's?
The job
Well,
is,
it's
Or
in the
does it
job
take
description.
experience or experience?
There's no set state standards. There's no guidelines from the state. For example, on other jobs.
What do we say? What do we have in our?
the job description requires a bachelor's degree, preferably a master's, I believe.
A bachelor's degree and or experience?
I
No,
know
it's
that, we have that in most jobs. It really is up
I
to us
believe we
to.
had that in there and or
Let me
experience.
there is no state mandate requirement like there is for the billing official or equalization.
So I made a few calls this last week to other people in your field and social workers, et cetera. And all of them agreed that the 64,000 was a good salary since we don't require a master's degree here. So in fact, many of them were like, geez, I would apply for that. Contrary to where I heard at the committee meeting that we wouldn't have anybody apply for this position. So 64,000 plus all of our health benefits, which for a family has got to be, what is it, $14,000 benefit package plus vacation plus et cetera. I think that is very, very reasonable. So I certainly will not support raising it up to the $69,000. I think that's too high. You're in this once again, Commissioner Algar, is just going to create a terrible snowball effect if you do that. I think most in this building will understand the 64. There will probably be some grumbling, but if you raise it up to 69, then you had better be looking at our planning department and right on down the line we have a maintenance director at 55 who's been here 30 years. Where are you going to stop? I think this is a dangerous thing to do. As I said so when we started upstairs, and this is just terribly snowballing. We have never had a problem filling this position. As I said, April, when she came 10 years ago, I remember very well. Thrilled to get this position, especially with the healthcare benefits. So I don't think we're that out of line. I think that we're not looking at the positions. We're reading emotional. To talk about people's souls, I think we're stepping a little bit outside of the white lines, and people do support services for senior services. I don't think they're going to support us raising somebody nearly $10,000. I don't think they want it for administration. I think they want it for services.
Thank you, Patricia, and then me, and then Win.
I don't think, I want to deal with the position, not the emotional. I want to deal with the position. And I don't think this should be based on time and grade. For instance, if somebody's been here 30 years or 20 years or 5 years. Let's look at the positions. So the human resource director is 64,618.87, capping at 71,6059. I would have put it on the level with the building safety official. Now, the reason being, and that is starting at 71,114, capping at 77,442. And here's the reason I would have. The human resources director position has no supervision. It's 100% funded by the county. There is a bachelor's preferred in any field. The building safety official does supervise staff. They have that position has oversight for consulting contractual staff. That position has to raise 100% of operational funds, and that position has to adhere to state building code regulations. The senior services position oversees staff, has oversight of consulting contractual staff, has to raise 100% of the operational funds through millage. That has to be succeed each time it's up for renewal. It has to adhere to the Older Americans Act and other related regulations in the way in which the services of this department are deployed. In addition, this position seeks additional funding via donations and grants to support special programs and services. And there's a master's preferred. And despite what's been said here, having gone to some sources, and actually I'm getting some data from Networks Northwest that they didn't have available quite yet, but also other research that I've done. And just based on what you heard from Michelle Klein, Personal Health Director, in their ability to attract a social services person, these positions, anyone with a social service position right now is in very high demand and difficult to apply. Now, the arguments that are being used that a master's is not required, well, I will point out it might not be required, but it's been pretty darn essential in terms of the success of this program, the high quality that we have right now, and the acceptability, and that is borne by public support. After a year on the job with the changes that were made, that senior services millage was approved at 86% vote. Now that says people like what's going on and they like the changes that they had seen. Succeeding years all have been in the high 70s in terms of public approval. So clearly having a master's person who understands the, having that position have a master's and understand the needs of the community as it relates to the responsibilities and functions of that department has been very, very important. And we have a great quality program that's recognized. So it is in high demand. Excuse me. The other positions that were looked at and raised recently, the deputy director and other positions, you've heard me harp since August that we needed a classification wage study. And it was determined that at this point in time not to go forward with that. But when we looked at those other positions, it was promised we would like this. And I think we need to look at it in terms of what the position is, not the person in it, but what the position is and what the requirements have done having that particular person, meaning a master's degree individual as opposed to simply, not simply, but opposed to a bachelor's of any field. So for those reasons, it fits right with the building safety director position. And I think to change and say now, well, we've done too many, we should have done a classification study, well, we didn't. So are we going to put this one on the side because we didn't do the others? Or are we going to go ahead and do what's right? And I think even though it's a social position, it's not a STEM-related position, shame on us. If we don't look at the functions of this position and the impact on our community in terms of delivery of service of this position, because it falls in the social services category. So for all of those reasons, is why I supported it, and that relates to the position, not the person. Now, in terms of the salary, an exact salary amount, I think we need in that motion, correct?
She did. I did 69,599.81.
But that's a starting rate.
Yes.
So don't we need to?
Well, it would carry through. I
Okay.
assume you'd want to carry it
Yes,
through.
okay. That'll stop.
Thank you. Before we go back to Gwen, I haven't spoken and I'm uncomfortable with this conversation. I'm uncomfortable with the way the Board of Commissioners are negotiating salary with an employee at the table. I think we asked our administrator and our HA director to make a recommendation. We said we were interested in them adjusting because we thought an adjustment was deserved. I was pleased with the recommendation that came forward. Spent a lot of time over the weekend knowing we were having this discussion, reading about market-based salary decisions and whether we like it or not. What we're paying with this recommendation, if we support the recommendation, is consistent with what the market pays in most similar jobs. And I think we're going down a rabbit hole that will never end, because next month there'll be another employee there saying, I'd like to be adjusted. You gave April this and I'd like this. I will not support the amendment. I will not support the motion. And I'm hoping we get back to a motion supporting the recommendation of the administrator and the HR. Thank you. When?
I just wanted to comment. I was on the hiring committee when we found April. And we were definitely looking for masters. I think it is incumbent upon us as a commission to make sure that when our citizens vote for a program that they pay for, it's incumbent on us to find the most qualified person we can, and not just to say, oh, that program doesn't matter. We could get somebody with a bachelor's. No, it's our job to make sure we get the best qualified person we can. Because our citizen, this is their program. It's their money. And I want to use the word, you've used their money incredibly well to serve them. Thank you.
We have an amendment on the floor. Do we have any other discussion or questions on that amendment and the original motion?
Could we, oh yeah, the amendment is just to add the amount.
No, it's a motion by Rushton to amend and recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve increasing the Senior Services Director and the Maintenance Director to $69,599.81 effective January 1st, 2023. Thank you.
I would add a comment there. If we were to approve this amendment, it would be irresponsible. We had no conversation about the building, about Jerry's position. And I'm really uncomfortable with that amendment even being on the table.
Well, can I speak to that? When my fellow commissioner talks about raising all directors to the same rate.
I said department head.
Department head, it's a difference. He's department head, he's a director, same position. So if we're going to raise one, then we certainly cannot leave one out there that is below that same recommendation. That's why I made that.
The IT director too, we will have to raise up too.
We have an amendment on the floor that would pay the building manager position, or what do we call them?
Maintenance director.
Maintenance director and the senior services director at the rate. Would you read the amendment again?
Certainly. Motion by Rushton to amend to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve increasing the Senior Services Director and the Maintenance Director to $69,599.81 effective January 1st, 2023, seconded by Lautner.
All those in support of that amendment, say aye. Okay, motion fails 6-0. You have the original motion on the floor. Would you read that, please?
Original motion by Al Guyer to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve increasing the senior services director's beginning salary to $69,599.81 effective January 1st, 2023, seconded by Sotos Little.
Would you like a roll call vote on that? Yes. Melinda?
Can there be a second amendment to that motion?
Yes.
So I would amend that salary to be $64,618.87 starting, which was the recommendation of HR. Correct?
Yes.
I'll support that.
Okay, so the amendment, Jen, you have that?
Yep, hold on a second. Amendment by Lautner. Seconded by Rushton.
Correct.
So I'll confirm the dollar amount.
64,618.87. So the final amount, well, this is as of 2022. The final amount, so there'll be an increase then. Okay, so just for clarification, and I'm sorry I'm stepping out of line, but you're going to make this motion to start at this rate of pay, but that is not the rate of pay that is projected in the 2023 budget.
We would have to adjust that. Obviously, we can't adjust it without a motion.
Do you want that in your original
Well,
motion?
let's see
though,
let's see what the motion passes. We're talking about the starting rate here. If that passes, then we'll adjust all the steps, but you got to pass the motion first.
Okay,
I need to understand this. Yeah, right.
Okay, we are recommending a starting wage of 64.
So we're going
618. The starting.
We're basically going back. to
There,
what
if you
were
approve the
originally.
starting, yes. If you approve the starting wage, obviously there'll be a 1-year step, a 2-year step, a 3-year step, and a 4-year step. Which means the 4-year step, if you look at it, it's the same as the HR director. So the 4-year step would be 71,605.90.
So she would be there, right?
Yes, we're talking, because she has a 10-year
So you
experience.
would be at 71.
Yes, that's the recommendation.
okay, the recommendation is I see it, just in my prior
Okay,
history,
this is the recommendation that I made, okay, clarify it.
but you're stating it as January 1 of 2023. So it looks like you're putting.
We
a
never said
motion-
January 21, 2023,
I'm sorry, Gwen did, my apologies.
because there will be a 3% increase. We're talking about adjusting into 22. We gave you the 2022 pay scale. Obviously, if you approve this, there will be a 3% increase on top of that January 1st.
Okay, that's not what's in the proposed motion in the packet. It states January 1.
We're talking about adjusting the
2023.
2022 pay scale. If the board approves this, then obviously every position will be adjusted by 3.25% next year.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would suggest that we withdraw this motion
It's very confusing.
and make another motion to set the beginning salary wage of the department head that will begin with the whatever amount gets voted on. That will become the new beginning wage if April quits in 5 minutes and we have to hire a new person, that person would come in at that wage, correct?
Yes, we are talking about the 20, if you look at the pay scale.
Yes, I'm
the
looking at it.
2022 pay scale.
Yeah.
This will become effective if this is approved by the board next week. In the 2023 pay scale, there'll be a 3.25% increase as it was for everybody. So the pay scale will coincide with the HR position. And all these pay scales will be adjusted by 3.25% for 2023.
If I may, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Gwen,
That's okay, Jen.
Jen, is that consistent with what you were trying to say?
Sort of. So, what I would do is, I believe Darcy already has the 2023 wage scale set up. Is that correct? So he would be bringing you the 2023 wage scale. You would be amending the 2023 wage scale to reflect April's wages of January 1st.
You would approve the 2023 pay scale as part of the budget.
Yep.
I'm staying with my recommendation
Okay.
that we go, excuse me, this is my recommendation, that you adjust the pay scale to the same rate as the human resource director, which is currently, we still are in the 22 year. Every pay scale, there will be a completely new pay scale in 2023, which reflect a 3.25% increase. So every pay scale, including for the senior services, if you approve this next week, will be adjusted up by 3.25%. So all of these pay scales will be increased by 3.25% in 2023. But we're talking about adjusting the pay scale currently.
It says January
We
1.
still have to vote on my
Let me
motion.
The motion
No,
says
no,
January
not.
1.
Yeah.
We still have to vote on mine.
You're in.
We got too many people talking. We've got a motion and we got an amendment on the floor. It's been suggested that we withdraw that. I haven't heard a motion to do that. I understand we don't have the willingness to do that. So I think.
Well, I think we're talking about the amendment.
If you do
Withdraw
that,
the
she won't get a 3.25% raise.
As it,
If you make it effective January 2023,
Yes.
she will not get the 3.25% raise.
That's right.
that is what the
Effective
proposed motion
December
says.
30th.
Well, make it
22
effective
then.
next Tuesday. We are recommending adjusting the 2022 pay scale.
Yeah, just make
You
it.
can
that-
fix your
use that
motion.
language.
And that is what the administrators recommend.
Clarify,
So
clarify my motion.
Yours
Yeah,
says
So
January. If you just say,
December.
adjust, don't even, you don't have to say December,
No.
just say
Adjust
adjust the
it, yes.
2022 pay scale.
Yes,
Okay, that was my intention
yes.
with my motion that sits on the floor, is to adjust the 2022 pay scale to have a starting rate for the senior services director of 64,618.87.
Yeah, if the motion
That
passes,
do
then all of it will be
what I
adjusted
needed to
next
do.
year also.
Or do I have to add something to my motion?
Well, I'm not a professional at this, but I'm thinking if you state that this goes through with that motion without a date, then I believe the night of the meeting, her wage will go to the top.
Yes.
Yes.
For-
On the December
Yes,
15th, so on December 16th, you will pay her at the top pay.
yes. That's the recommendation, and it will be
Okay.
adjusted in 2023.
Okay, so she will get a pay increase on December 14th to the top of the scale of the human
So it'll be
resources.
for one pay period.
For the rest of the remaining of the year. And I apologize, Chet, if you think I was out of line, but the proposed motion that's in your packet states an effective date of January 1, 2023.
Yeah.
So that's what,
Well, I mean, we
that's
can-
what they're
okay.
needing from.
And I see
you.
what you're saying. We can easily adjust it. We can give you the 2023 figure. We'll give you next Tuesday night, the
So-
2022 plus the 2023 figure.
Right,
The
so
difference is 3.25%.
it depends on if you're looking to give her a raise the day after the board meeting on Tuesday, or if you're looking to give her the raise included with the 3.25 for January 1.
1st. Okay. so
It's
it's
two
different
We
different
can-
motions.
We can clarify a revised motion next Tuesday.
Okay.
Just pass this on. I think we all are saying the same thing.
we have an amendment on the floor. Would you read that one more time, please?
Well, Melinda's amendment was amending Al Guyer's to state 64,618.87 effective January 1.
So
That's-
it was just a period before
It's- yeah, it's
effective
one pay
January
period.
2020.
Yeah, take the date out.
Take the date out.
But that's not, so each of these two motions has dates in them. That's what I'm saying.
The simple way, Commissioner Lawler, is just remove the date.
Fine, remove the
Would
date.
you be willing to remove the date
Yes.
of your
Yes.
original
We'll
motion?
give you the 2022 and the 2023 rate next
But I
week.
want the 69 and I'll
Yeah.
remove the date.
It makes it clear that way.
So
Would you read the
Lautner-
amendment, please?
Lautner, you're removing the date,
Yes,
right?
please.
Okay, so the motion by Lautner to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve increasing the senior services director to 64,618 beginning of
87. 64,
We
618.
don't need the beginning.
You don't need a date.
right,
Just a period.
just a period, and then seconded by Rushton.
Okay, a question on the motion.
Yes,
If this motion fails, if this amendment fails, can it be offered again as a motion, or does this preclude?
You would have to vote on the motion first because this is your second amendment. Correct,
But,
Mr. Russell?
but my real question is, I just heard someone's, I think I heard you, Chet, say, you offer it as a motion. What was now being offered as an amendment. But
Well,
if this amendment fails, can it be offered as a motion? That's what I'm
If the
asking.
motion fails also, then you have, it's open to any motion that you wish.
Okay,
So you do have that option.
okay, thank you. I just
So
didn't.
this was awkward for my part in making this awkward. I apologize. I'd like to have a roll call vote on the amendment, please.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that I have this correct. This motion is by Lautner. It is to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve increasing the senior services director wage to $64,618.87. Seconded by Rushton.
Correct.
There we go. All right, Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sotis Little.
No.
Chairman Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Alguier,
No.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yes.
Now we'll vote on the original motion with the amount changed. Another roll call, please.
So for clarification, the amendment passed, so now you're voting on just in salary 264,618.
Right.
No, we're voting, we
Yes.
never
Yes.
voted on 69.
No, because the amendment passed.
Superseded.
It supersedes.
Excuse my French.
So could we,
We have real feelings here.
could we please have a roll call vote on the original motion?
So.
All right, so the original motion was made by Alguier. And it will say, motion by Alguier amended to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve increasing the senior services director to $64,618.87, seconded by Sotis Little.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Alguier,
No.
Commissioner Bailey,
No.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner Rushton,
Yes.
Commissioner Sotis Little,
Yes.
Commissioner Wessel.
Yes. Okay, we'll move that forward and we'll, in next week.
And we'll give you the 2022 and the 23 rate. So thank you, Jeff, for bringing that.
Yeah, it just, the way that this is written.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I understand, the increase will be that Wednesday.
Thank you very much.
Thank you April, for coming. I'd like to take a 10-minute break, please.
I didn't want to do 22.
Please mute.
Like, well, I was really
Thank you. We are back and thanks for coming back quickly. We're now at item 7 on our agenda. Although we're not either, we're going to take number 9 right now, if that's okay with everybody. They've been patiently waiting here and Jeff, you want to lead?
Yeah, as you remember, last month, Mr. Lund came to the board meeting with some concern about the water levels at the dam and made some comments that I think we heard for the first time about potential conflict with the state order in terms of lake level. And so about 2 weeks after that, I called Mr. Christensen, who has been involved with the dam from the very beginning. We had an internal meeting with Mr. Wessel, myself, Steve, and Jerry Coleman, how to proceed and look at the court order. And Steve did an excellent job of at least educating me, and I think Mr. Wessel also on the dam works. I know most of you have not seen it. You may get a chance in January to do that. And then I invited Mr. and Mrs. Lund to come with Steve, myself, Deb Allen, and Jerry and Dwayne to the dam yesterday to actually physically see how it works. So Steve, you want to come up and just give an update, overview of what the dam authority and your comments with Mr. Lund? It appears that Mr. Lund's comment had some accurate information that you're willing to update on.
Thanks, Chad. And thanks to the Lunds for coming. We did a meet at the dam yesterday, and that was, it's always, for me, fun time to be there. It's Jerry's space. Dwayne is learning the space and had been there the last couple, 3 times I've been there with Jerry. And I encourage them to go ahead and make a schedule for the upcoming year where Dwayne and Jerry will be there together at least a dozen times, with Dwayne doing the manipulations in the last half kind of thing so that they can get a transition going. But it's a very impressive space. The dam was put together in 2006. In 2000, that was my first task, to fix my dam. And I was able to hire the right engineer, kind of luckily, but I did research on it, and that's all he did. 6 years later, the dam construction was complete. Basically, it's a double strength dam, if you will. A very high factor of extra strength was included. We just finished our triennial report. We came through with the highest level of acceptance for a dam, which is satisfactory. It seems like it should say more than that, but at any rate, we met there, and Jerry went through all of the things that he does. Has been doing it's been over 35 years that he's been manipulating a dam there, or with a person manipulating the dam. Originally with pulling boards, which was acrobatic and maybe fun to watch, but extraordinarily dangerous. So now we've got the control room with the hydraulic controls. That's a safe situation. But he's been doing that for that many years, 16 years with the current dam, and was able to show the Lunds, how he does that and the thought process involved. In essence, we have a marine event. We have too much water in the lake. It's above court order, and Jerry opens the dam and dumps water out.
Lowers it a little.
He opens it up, lowers the dam, I guess, if I should say it, lowers the dam and dumps water out. And then when in the dry season, if we need more water in the system, it's a little low from court order lake level. He picks the dam up and captures the water. So it's a juggling act that he does. Some people downstream might be getting too much water. He has to pick it up a bit and slow it down for the boats there. There's a marina just upstream. If he's going to dump a lot of water, all of a sudden the marina can't move their boats around. He gets a call, Jerry, we can't move our boats. So he has to do a juggling act with immediate vicinity of where the dam is. And as he's doing the manipulations, the river is going up and down, obviously. So the river is the most affected by the manipulations of the dam. The checkpoint is the staff gauge at the Narrows. back when the original dam went in, and the original order went in, Army Corps of Engineers was involved in setting a staff gauge at the dam and a staff gauge at the narrows at the same height. And so Jerry can be doing manipulations, but he always has to check at the narrows. You can take a look and make sure that that lake level is where it's supposed to be according to the court order. So his whole focus and his whole space, he lives and breathes the dam. I'm either coming up to the court order or coming down to the court order. Now, the Lunds have been noticing some difference in the last, especially the last couple dry years, that things appear too low. And we did have them letting us know that on a regular basis over the last 2 years, and a couple other folks too, along with some highs. Some people think it's too high sometimes, but now we're looking at the staff gauge at the narrows. We did notice before the bridge got rebuilt that it may be low. Now we looked at it again here within the last month with the survey crew. The staff gauge at the narrows is 2.5 about inches low. So we don't know how it happened or why it happened and why it is different from when the Army Corps set them. But the long and the short of it is the last meeting of the Dam Authority, and the Lunds have been there at the last two. There was a consensus in the room that we're going to have 2.5 inches more water in the system for the next summer season. So that's kind of the long and the short of it. And I don't want to hog the time, and you folks certainly need to chime in. Thank you.
Well, I just want to clarify something. Thank you. So, and sorry if I missed this, Steve, you're talking about different levels. So we have the gauge at the dam. And what does that gauge have to do with the one at the narrows? Are they supposed to be on the same level? Because what does one have to do with the other?
The staff gauges are set at the same, supposed to be the same elevation, so that as this one at the dam, as you're doing manipulations at the dam, you can still kind of keep the lake level. Now,
okay, but I'm going to stop you right there. So by court order, the court order, does the court order talk about the dam and the narrows?
no, the court order says
all we're
we have to,
responsible for talks about is the dam, right?
we have to maintain the lake level at the dam,
at
with
the
the
dam.
dam. It's our only tool.
At the dam.
At a steady state, and the court order was
But-
written at a steady state. And I don't know exactly how the dam looked when the order was written, but they talk about an
So
elevation.
by talking about the narrows, what you're saying is the court order talks about the lake level, but even though the dam says it's here, we're really looking over at the narrows to look at that lake level? Or we're just looking at the dam?
When Jerry's doing manipulations,
Yeah,
bringing the dam up or letting
Yes.
the dam down, the river is going up and down. That means the level of the water at that staff gauge is going up and down. So to get what the court order wants, you have to go to the steady state, which is say during the dry time with no events
Yeah.
during the summer, and Jerry can set at court order at the dam, and it's there. And then he checks the narrows as a double check, but that's the steady state. Now, the steady state with where he is running has been about 2 inches low over the last couple of years because the gauge at the narrows is lower. He has always kept the level at the dam, and the check is at the narrows, but the check has been too low.
but the
So-
court order says at the narrows.
Jerry checks at the narrows
No,
so
but
that
it's
he
court order
knows where the
policy.
lake level is.
What is the court? So in other
And
words,
we measure it at the dam and hold it at the dam.
obviously, I've heard both sides of this argument, and some will say that we've got it too high because we're looking at the other level. So this is the only reason I asked this question. I want to make sure that we're on sound footing here. I just want to try to understand as much as I can. So if the court order mentions at the dam, is there a possibility that court order is not as it should be written, in the sense that should we only be looking at one spot on the lake instead? Or at the Narrows, and the Narrows might not even be a steady state either, correct? So
I think what they did with the court order is they did the only thing they could do at that point in time, because they had a
that's
mark,
what I'm saying.
they had a mark and on a bulkhead down at the dam. And so the lake level was measured by a survey crew on a quiet time, July, August. So the lake, this is the lake level. And if you read the decision, not the order, it said this corresponds to, and they gave a height at the bulkhead at the dam. And that's all they could do because that's the only mark they had. So the lake level is this, and it corresponds to this. So that's the way it was written. I would be hesitant to go back and try to rewrite. When you go back and do a court-ordered lake level, you need half of the riparians or more to sign on if you go back through the process. So it's a difficult animal. And I think with the compromise here of carrying 2.5 more inches in the system, I think we will be closer to what the court order is. And I can't speak for the dam authority, but I anticipate this topic being number one and making a recommendation to the county board to reset that gauge at the Narrows. And we will be carrying more water. That's our consensus. Anyway, I'm hogging time.
Let's hear from Chris and Dawn.
So thank you all for these productive discussions. Thank you for your first day on the job, for taking that time yesterday morning, and Mr. Janik for inviting us, and commissioners for listening to this issue. I did recall from the last time that I was here speaking with you all that Ms. Rushton, you had mentioned that the only gauge that you reference is the gauge as referenced on the wall at the Falling Waters Lodge. So what I've provided here is are two static gauges, in a sense that they stay fixed and they only measure the level as the water level changes. So the gauge on the left is what is referred to as the staff gauge. This is the gauge inside the dam that Jerry uses for purposes of controlling that dam level. And I might add, the court order does say the levels as maintained at the location of the dam in Leland. So that's what this gauge is showing here inside the dam. So this is the one that Jerry has reference to. This other gauge is titled Gauge Falling Waters Lodge. This is physically attached to the inner wall of the Falling Waters Lodge, right at the location of the dam. These two pictures were taken yesterday morning, being able to see the inside of the dam of what Jerry references. And also we rode our kayak down to meet these wonderful folks to let us into the dam. And we took this other picture of this gauge at the Falling Waters Lodge. So these two pictures were taken within a half hour of each other, and I have other reference pictures of those. But those gauges, the point is those gauges are identical. The water level reading on the gauge inside the dam that Jerry uses matches identically to this gauge that's on the inside wall of the Falling Waters Lodge. To my knowledge, this gauge on the Falling Waters Lodge is the only gauge that's been the consistent benchmark since the 1978 court order. All other gauges or benchmarks have been changed since then through replacement of ridges, replacement of gauges, recalibration of sensors. So this is the only surviving gauge that I'm aware of, and it matches identically to the gauge that Jerry has access to on the inside wall. During that meeting yesterday, upon Steve suggesting that they've been carrying roughly 2.5 inches too less of water in the system, that in the spring and summer, it should come up to meet the court order at an additional roughly 2.5 inches higher.
Jerry had confirmed that in his opinion, that additional 2.5 inches would be somewhere around the 9.1 mark on these gauges. So if you draw a line across that 9.1 mark on both these gauges, you can see that that target level is somewhere near the bottom third of what our interpretation of the court order range is. The court order specifically says a 589.21 feet during the summer season, which I've drawn a line across where that would be on these two gauges. And then up to a -2 inches off of that. So I've drawn a line 2 inches lower than the highest court order allowed. So it looks like they're targeting riding that lower third within the court order next spring, next summer, and carrying that additional roughly 2.5 inches of water that would bring those levels within these gauges, within also our agreement of the interpretation of the court order. So we are very pleased from the meeting yesterday based on Steve realizing that there are some supplemental gauges, that sensors that were off, that in fact next year and subsequent years that the water levels would need to come up roughly 2.5 inches to his estimation to be within the court order, and confirm from Jerry yesterday that that'd be a target of this 9.1, which falls in our estimation right within the lower third of the court order. So we're very pleased with all of that.
I hate to say this, but I'm confused by this picture. This shows the water way down here. This is basically a ruler.
Yep.
Attached to a thing. These are the ones that are accurate. So why are we assuming this is accurate?
It's the winter level.
Yeah, so I'll explain real quickly. This is the only surviving gauge that we have from the court order. And we did confirm that these two gauges are identical. So we could go from either one of them.
You mean identical
Reading.
measurements?
They're reading identically.
Oh.
So the internal one was the only one visible to Jerry and staff. This external one was the only surviving one at the time of the court order and visible by the public. So that's why I wanted to show the commissioners that these two gauges are in sync and match. So now we just have, you know, the duty to meet the court orders to bring those levels up roughly 2.5 inches to be within that range of roughly that 9 feet, 1/2 inch up to 9 feet, 2.5 inches during the summer season, which those lines are marking that the summer target would be, but acknowledging that right now it's a foot lower and it's at the 588.21, which they're actually running it, in my estimation, perfectly at the court order for winter levels right now, which is showing that lower level now.
Thank you.
Don and then Steve.
No, I appreciate everybody listening. I appreciate being able to bring this this problem before you. We're just very eager to get this resolved and make sure the court order is followed. Of course, the telltale sign will be in April 15th when the water's supposed to come back up, or when the ice is removed, you know, whichever is later. So we'll be watching for this just to make sure, because it does impede the riparian rights of not only the river, but people on the north end and on the south end. There are people on the south end, of course, that see more wet areas that want the water lower, but there are people on the south end that also want the water higher. If you go directly down the middle of the lake to the very south end, that's a very shallow area. If you go halfway down the lake to the left, Park Road, not Parker Road, which is at the very end, that's a very swampy area. You know, those residents along there are very shallow. So what meeting the lower end of the court order, I think, is a fair compromise to all the riparian right owners. We're not riding at the high level, you know, recognizing the issues on the south. We're not riding it as it has been under the lowest court order, which of course is an issue for the river and both north and south, depending where you live on the lake. So thank you for listening to us, and we'll be eager to see what happens in April of next year.
Steve, we've restructured the dam authority. I assume that one of the responsibilities with the dam authority is to make sure that this is monitored.
Exactly. That's, our main job is to basically mother hen Jerry and make sure that his manipulations are heading to the court order. That's all we've ever done. We're going to the court order. We're either coming down to the court order or we're coming up to the court order. The court order is the gospel according to the dam authority. And with Jerry's 40 years of experience, we've been leaning on that. It's disappointing to see that we are low. Basically a surprise to us. We've been a little slow to the response, leaning on the experience of 40 years. But Lunds have been very persistent and they got us to take a close look, and with the survey crews, we can see where we need to adjust.
Any questions or comments? Steve? Yes, Jeff.
I just need a clarification. You indicated that these gauges were in sync. I think the thing that confuses me is when you talk about the court order, is that just one dimension that the court gave you, or is it a range of like 9.0 to 9.2?
The 589.21 is a survey feet, and after the point, it's tenths in tenths. So and I don't know why the court did this, but the summer level is 589.21, and then they decided -2 inches. So they, and you see on Jerry's, that's why he has 2 gauges there. One is in inches and one is in tenths. So it's a little bit confusing in and of itself, but the reasoning to have or -2 inches is that the dam operator can push it down a little bit and have an inch or 2 sitting there for the next rain event. And you take 2 inches out of a body of water this enormous, you're talking maybe 1 billion gallons of water. So it gives the dam operator a chance to respond and start to release water during a rain event and not have all the docks underwater.
Got it.
Could I add to that? In the picture where I show the markings of the feet, as Steve referenced, the nine here is referencing 9 feet, so 589 above sea level. So that's kind of the tie to the court order, right? So if you see the high mark and the low mark, that's the 2-inch variance that I've put in here from the court order. So the high mark is the high of the court order at the 589.21.
Okay.
And the low mark is the low of the court order at 589.043. So in what Jerry was suggesting was Steve's recommendation of we need to bring that roughly 2.5 inches higher. And Jerry suggesting yesterday that additional 2.5 inches would roughly put us at 9.1 next year. That would put us in the lower third of that 2-inch range, still giving Jerry enough flexibility to account for storm and rain runoff, but trying to be within that court order moving forward.
So where you've got your first line there is at the 589.02. I believe you got it on the second notch, the second tenth. Is that where you're saying the low is?
On the left gauge, on the staff gauge?
That-
Yeah, and it's a little challenging because you have to convert from feet or inches to decimal.
Your bottom line though is the 589.21 then?
No, that's the 589 minus 2 inches.
Oh, that's -2 inches.
Yes.
So why is, well, the 589.21 that the court order says, if you just could keep it right there, where would that be on the staff page?
That's on the high mark that I drew across there. I just did it by hand.
Up at the 2?
No.
It's just, yeah, it's above the 2.5. So if you read these, the right measurement on the left gauge is in feet and inches. So it's 9 feet and you count up. There's a 1 inch, a 2 inch, and halfway between 2 and 3 is half. So it'd be 2.5 inches. The court order at 589.21, you convert 0.21 to inches and it's 2.54 inches.
What you've got is you don't have the full fluctuation. That's the
That's the high of the corridor, then the 2 inches down is the lower line that I tried to hand draw, to give you an idea where that range would be. And I think the reason why the court encouraged a 2-inch variance lower than the max is to allow for that rain event.
Yeah.
So we weren't riding it at the max and then hoping to be able to control it quickly enough to not go over the max. But the way I was encouraged from the discussions yesterday is that by bringing that up roughly 2.5 inches, based on Jerry's estimation, it should put the level at 9.1 next spring and summer, which would be in the lower third of that range of that 2-inch variance.
So really a 4-inch variance that can be higher or lower by 2 inches. So it's a 4-inch variance?
+0 -2.
Correct. Can't go over the top. That's why they recommend riding it a little low.
Plus 2 inches of plus 0 inches and minus 2 inches.
Correct.
So it can be higher than, but it can be lower than. I
Yeah.
see. Okay. Wow.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And I think we got a plan, right? The dam authorities. and
I can't speak for the dam authority, but I can see where it's going.
But you've been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amber, for your patience.
Well, let me start with the first one. This is standard procedure. Per our labor contract, employees have an option to take classes. Whether they get a C or better, they get reimbursed at 50%. Molly Steck has been taking classes for the past year, and she was on the honor roll. You saw the NMC honor roll, her name's on there. And she wants to continue to take classes in 2023. And I believe she will potentially be done after 2022 with associate's degree.
Yes.
And what were the classes she took?
I don't remember offhand, to be honest with you. I know at one time she was looking at the program from Michigan State University long-term, but right now she's taking classes to finish her associate's degree.
Is it related to
Landscaping.
her position?
That was her
Yes.
long-term plan, yeah.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, what did you say?
I thought it was related to landscaping.
I'm not entirely sure. I know it's
She
an
has
associate's
to-
that's,
To get into that program, you have to have the associate's degree first, so she's taking classes that are mandated to have her associate's degree at this point.
Yes, Commissioner Rushton.
I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve 50% tuition reimbursement for Molly Steck for classes attended during the spring, summer, and fall semesters at Northwestern Michigan College as outlined in the Teamsters bargaining agreement with funds to come from education. 542 ending in 960.
Support.
Any questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Will you congratulate Molly for her honorable performance?
certainly.
Now, we're going to keep going with you, Amber.
Okay, so the next item I have before everybody here is a request for software training. This is the software that my department uses to run the department. It does everything from scheduling, plan review. Basically, it's everything that runs our department. I recently had some dialogue with the folks that run the software company to try and expand an avenue of our department. And I was informed that we are operating outside of the system. I don't know what that means, but they offered training related specifically to plan review. The overall goal here is to continue with the path we've started as far as electronic communication and getting information out expeditiously. So if somebody brings something in, I'm sorry, do you want a question?
Oh, go ahead. I have a question when you're done.
If somebody brings something in, we take it in, and then maybe we find out through the review process that there's something incorrect and they need to go back to one of the departments, let's say zoning, because now there's a deck that they didn't initially have approval for. Historically, it makes its way all the way through the process, and then we tell them when it's ready to be picked up. There's so much that the system can do to notify people ahead of time. So I found a way to kind of put a Band-Aid on that and notify the contractor right away, or the homeowner and the zoning guy, because maybe they can do it right away. Everybody's busy these days, so the quicker we can get that information in their hands, the quicker they can get it back to us. So what I'm being told by the software folks is that In order to do that, I need to get some advanced training from them to see if that will fit better with our department. Nothing's been upgraded in our software packet or how we do plan review since BSNA first came in back in 2002. So as I continue in my role, I'm finding out more and more about this software and what it can do for us to make us operate better as a whole.
So my question was, I read in here, the intention in utilizing this option of the software is to offer instant electronic communication to permit applicants and other permitting agencies such as the health department, zoning administrator, soil conservation. So are these other departments using the same type of software?
No, and they don't have to.
Okay.
What I've done is a Band-Aid fix on what I really want it to do. It sends an email out to the contractor and the applicant to let them know what we need. But there's no copy with our department. There's no way to make sure that they got it right now. What I'm hearing feedback wise from the agencies that are using this with us right now is they really like it. It's getting there faster. But BSNA is telling me there's a better way to do it, because right now to make sure it goes through, I have to copy everybody in my department. So
you do it manually, you physically do it yourself.
yeah,
So to continue my questioning, are you saying that these contractors can come to your office, or homeowner, whoever, can come to your office and take care of all of these issues right from your office? Like they can apply for their permit applications from, say, the health department or zoning administrators?
no, they would still have to work through
Okay.
those individually.
All right.
Yeah.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend that Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the cost of training not to exceed the amount of $2,400 with funds to come from the account, educational account, I believe it is, 542 ending in 960.
Any questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Hey, you want to buy a car?
I want to buy two. The last item before you all is the vehicle purchase. We do have two vehicles currently. I believe they're from 2015. So the one has had consistent issues, and we're looking at the cost of purchasing one versus continuing to maintain that one, and it's not worth that kind of money. The other one is getting there as well.
Is this request for 2022 budget or 2020?
Next year, for 2023.
And
Yeah.
it's in your budget, however, as you know, to get a car now,
Yes. you
instead
have
of
to
waiting
wait.
until January, she's hoping this, just like the undersheriff has come to you every year.
Right, but that's why
asking.
I asked if which budget it was coming out of. So I'll make the recommendation that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the purchase of two 2022 Ford Ranger Super Crew XL at the cost not to exceed $70,274. Now, is that for each?
No, that's grand total combined.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a combined total of $70,278 with funds to come from 542 ending in 970.
And I assume we're not getting bid because this is through GSA.
Which that means we do meet our bid requirements.
Yes, Melinda.
Yes, I was curious about why the trailer tow package.
When I reached back out to the dealership, they didn't have anything for us for 2023. So these are actually not going to be built without those items. This is what he had available, and he told me if I moved on it, he could put these on hold. So they come as is. There's some stuff in there that we don't really need, but
Okay, that was one of the things
yeah.
it's got a couple other things he's curious about, but that makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Just get them on.
While I can.
Yes, okay. And then, color, did you have a choice in color?
Nope. So I get two black ones and two white ones.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have you're back on.
Yeah, and Darcy will give them, I'll give an overview and Darcy will give detail because she has worked very closely with our legal counsel, Bonnie Toski, and the judge to make sure these numbers are accurate. So last spring, as you remember, we received a legal opinion that the chief deputies were entitled to the same salary as the prior chief deputies. Those salaries have to be placed as one position, one pay rate. It doesn't matter who has a job, whether they're 10 years experience or 2 days experience. If they replace someone during the 4-year term, those salaries have to stay the same. So as you remember, we adjusted the undersheriff's salary, we adjusted the chief deputy for the clerk, register of deeds, and treasurer. After that legal opinion, the judge questioned whether this is the same impact on her position, which is the register position. We did not have the answer. We reached out to legal counsel, and the simple answer is yes. Even though the other court register cannot take over the duties of the judge, according to Michigan law, that person is entitled to the same pay scale. So Darcy, you want to take it from there and explain what we did?
Sure. Chris Mattis was hired in, December of 2019. At that point in time, Susan Richards was still employed and working up through February 7th of 2020. At that point, when Susan left, Chris's salary would have had to have been adjusted to keep it at the same level as the probate register position. So I've gone back and recalculated what she should have been paid for the period of time since February of 2020 to present. And we've also looked at making that position a salaried position, just like the other chief deputies, so that there doesn't become an issue of that overtime having a role in what the minimum salary has to be going forward. The salary agreement that was drawn up does state that this lump sum payment would not be used in calculating the minimum payment for 2023. So it would stay status quo at the top, at the rate.
And then Darcy went back all the way through 2020 payrolls. And numerous discussions with our legal counsel, and there's joint agreement between Darcy, our legal counsel, and myself reviewing that to these are accurate numbers. And we have met with the judge and a person in the position, and we're in agreement, and she has said she will sign the agreement. So this does not become part of the dates for future years.
But so is back pay 33,000?
Yes,
Yes, because she was hired in at the lowest rate
in 2020.
in 2020.
So all 20, basically almost all 20, all 21, and all, basically almost all of 2022.
Roughly $10,000 a year.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to move the probate register position to the salary of $70,870.80 for 2022. And to sign the salary agreement with Christina Mathis for retroactive compensation in the amount of $32,964.15 for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Support.
We have a motion on the floor. We don't have any options, but are there questions?
No, and I wanted to speak to that, and I wanted to clarify that according to the law, we don't really have a choice in this matter.
I guess I got a question is
Mr. Allen?
why didn't we take care of this 3 years ago?
We weren't aware of it.
We weren't aware of it.
I heard we were aware of it.
I had no dialogue. I don't know anyone that had any dialogue. This issue surfaced after the adjustments were made for deputies clerks.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, but that was new to us last year.
The judge came, does this position, it was her understanding that this position has the same legal status as the chief deputies. We did not know that. We got a legal opinion, which is included in the packet, states that it is the same legal status.
That's according to the legal documents.
Are we ready to vote? All those in support of the motion say yay.
Yay.
Opposed? say
That's what our,
nay.
that's what our employee is saying.
The yay
Yay.
was, the yay was, this is the last one. Now we've
So we
done.
think.
We hope.
Well, we have
It should be.
issue now with every elected official. The only elected official we haven't talked to was Mr. Christensen, but he doesn't have a chief deputy.
That's true.
So-
Yeah. I don't get one.
Well, he's spending his through.
But seriously, if you look at, we dealt with the undersheriff, we dealt with the chief deputy treasurer, clerk, the chief assistant prosecutor is at top of the scale and he's salary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We did vote, right?
Yep.
Okay, we've got some drain commissioner contracts discussions. Welcome back to the table, Steve.
Thank you. So this is a renewal of the contract with GEI. Basically, the exact same contract as last year.
Has the price gone up?
Yeah, 10,000.
So it's not the same.
Actually, we passed it at 10, but we didn't have the 10 in the budget line. This year I asked for 10 in the budget line to catch up with our contract.
For a motion? Yes, Commissioner Lovers?
I have a question. So this is only. This is only to use his services and then he charges on top of this, correct?
Some of the work that he does is connected to areas in the county that might become drainage districts.
So we got a number that we've spent like, I was at $250,000 in the last 3 years with this firm.
With regard to
$300,000
the districts, for sure, yes.
So this firm has gotten, I think it's over $250,000 from us in the last 3 years with the drain districts. And we did not go out for bid. And now he wants, what is the $10,000 is just retaining them?
It's for all work that would happen in districts that aren't districts yet. We've got several areas that are major problem areas that have problems when we have wet times. There's an historic problem area on the south side of Little Glen Lake. Historic problem in the area of the Gills Pier Road. Historic flooding off Carter Road and M22. That's a low point. We would have to expand District Number 1 to deal with that situation. There's historic flooding from the Setterbo Jacobson roads as they hit M22. That has been a historic problem, and I can kind of see that one coming too. And then finally, there's historic flooding from Dalzell Road, a development that was put up through the hills, and they just run the water down and it floods everybody down below.
What road was that?
Dalzell County Road goes up just partway up the hill, and then there's a turnaround for the county road trucks, and then from there on up.
Privately owned.
Pardon?
These are,
From there up that road.
It's private, right? Yeah.
So you're dealing with that private road now?
I'm dealing with the County Road Commission, and the people there are potentially going to group together and do a fix. But that's like all of these other ones and all of the drainage districts I have. The people were going to get together and do a fix.
And how do they do that?
The people group together?
Yes, they're gonna group together and fix their private road.
Yeah, there's basically what it is. It's the road goes up the valley, and then all of the driveways come down to the road.
Yeah.
If they put basins at the bottom of all the driveways and make those basin areas large enough, that'll take all the driveway water out of the system, and it'll just be that drive, which might might be a fix. I haven't seen it happen. They're telling me that they're working on it. It's one of those things where they go up and down the street and kind of with their hat in their hand and say, okay, we need to do a fix here. They don't have an association. So it's, and so if I can help with Brian's assistant to make sure that those basins are the right size, or they get a little boost from a little bit of my expertise through Brian, maybe we don't have to go to a district. District is the last, that's the last gasp. It's the most expensive thing you can do. And I wouldn't recommend it.
Clarifying for us here on the board, you have asked for $10,000. And in your summary, you've been working with GEI to draft a revised agreement for as needed consulting and engineering services for general drain consulting. So would that be considered Dalzell Road a general drain consulting incident?
Yeah, anything that could possibly be a drain.
Okay, so
and I
are
can
you saying
assist through
outside
Brian.
of a drainage district?
Correct. It's not a drainage
And
district.
so
it's
this
outside.
is the only fee that we're gonna pay this guy for the next year. Doesn't matter how many he consults on. is
That's the
this-
limit, right? If he consults on all these, this is the limit.
Until they become a drain district.
Correct. Once it goes to a drainage district,
Which seems
then
to be
it's,
his
then
MO,
it's a
and that's
different.
my concern with them. It's like, why are we using the
It's a
road commission?
retainer fee, basically.
The road commission, this is what they do, and they have engineers on staff, so why are we doing all this on top of this? Why don't we let the road commission handle these issues?
As a matter of fact, the road commission would be the one that's gonna vote to make Dalzell Road a drainage district.
Of course
They
they
have,
are.
they have the
Then they
capability.
don't have to pay for it, the rest of the county's going to pay
They
for
have
it.
the capability to do that, as does a village, as does a township. Any one of those entities can vote to do an application and vote to do the petition to generate a drainage district. And this one is a particular problem for the county road. They did redo Dalzell this year, all the way up to the turnaround, and they did scoop the ditches. And if the people above, through maybe a little assistance from me, can get the right basins, we won't have to have that as a drainage district. In my mind, that's a huge plus. And if we can spend 10,000 and get that and not have it be a drainage district, which is what I'm trying to do here, is make fixes without letting them or making them a drainage district. I don't really need another drainage district.
Well, I can tell you this, I live at the bottom of that curve. And what I have found is that water comes down the hill. I'm on the high side, but my piece of property, it goes from high to low on one side. Well, my septic system is down here. That water comes down, runs past my house, goes along into that low level. And my concern is my septic system. my drain field.
Definitely.
So my husband's solution is he's gonna wind up the backhoe loader and he's gonna put a berm up there.
Mhm.
So that water cannot get through to the septic system. So I'd be very happy to have a conversation with you if you come out.
Sure. Shoot me an email. I'll come look.
We have a motion
Yeah,
on
we're-
the floor.
As you're working on the road.
That'll,
We have a motion on the floor, I think.
No, there's been no
Okay.
motion, but I'll make the
Do we
motion to
have a motion?
recommend
Okay.
that the Board of Commissioners waive its bid policy on bid requirements and approve the as-needed consulting and engineering services for the year 2023. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Support.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
The engineering service agreement for 2023 for general drain consulting between the county of Leelanau for the Leelanau County Drain Commissioner and GEI Consultants of Michigan PC as presented. and those funds to come from 690-275-801, pending council review and approval. That hasn't been done yet, has it, Chad?
I don't think so, man.
No, I haven't seen it come back yet.
I will support.
So we have a motion and it's been seconded. Is there any other question?
Well, I just want to make it very clear to our drain commissioner that the expectation from this board in providing this $10,000 is to actually cover all of his services outside of the drain districts. So you shouldn't see another bill from him next year.
Until he's.
We have a motion. All those in support of the motion, indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same.
Aye.
Motion approved 6-0.
No,
Thank you.
5-1, right?
Oh, was there a no?
Yeah, louder.
I'll turn up my hearing aid. Thank you.
Somebody talked over you, that's fine.
Yes, good.
I would like to make one. We do have another drainage problem. Here we go. I knew this was coming. Yes, it's been years. And it's ignored. So the association may not like it, but there is a drainage.
Built in a swamp around a lake. And now we're gonna pay for that one too.
And the township's been making a lot of money on that and all were approved and our property was not swamp, by the way, FYI.
That sounds like a commissioner comment. Let's move on our agenda.
But
Thank you.
it's real. I'd
Let's
like
move
to
on.
watch as well. Put that on your list.
Thank you, Steve.
That's an interesting complex. Little Traverse and Lime. Thank you.
We now are at Jared. We should congratulate Jared for his
Thank you.
new opportunity.
Yeah,
Motion. Wow, congratulations.
feels good.
Better working environment. I understand that you can work from home.
Oh, I mean, I'll be by myself, the best person to work with.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve, authorize the Finance Department to make any year-end adjustments and transfers deemed necessary to avoid a year-end deficit or deficits in the various department budgets within a general fund. No transfers, adjustments to go beyond funds in contingency. All transfers and adjustments require the signature of the finance director.
Any questions or discussion?
This is FYI, this is the same motion you pass every year in December.
All in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes this time 6-0.
Thank you.
We now are up to the Human Resources and a MERS request.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve by resolution for Leanna Wilson to purchase 5 years of generic service credit from MERS as described in the application for additional service credit purchases at a cost of approximately $61,905 to be paid by the employee.
Or yes, Melinda.
So to understand why you would want to do this, do you have 5 years of service in somewhere else?
No.
You don't, how many years of MERS service have you?
Well, I have 16 years of MERS service with a different plan.
Okay,
It's not a pension plan.
but not a pension plan?
No, it was a defined contribution plan. So basically a 401.
Okay, so by us allowing you to purchase 5 years generic, what is our actual cost to, we've done these before, Jen, but I thought we've always bought or allowed transfer over from employees in the past have bought their MERS, but they earned it someplace else and then they've.
Not always.
No.
Some have just worked here. It's been a combination.
how, we haven't done there are that many of these.
How does it impact us as a county?
Yeah, there we go.
Can you answer that for us? The HR department,
Um,
or even our finance department?
when Leanna actually goes to retire, they will draw from this money first. Her money will be what will be used first to pay her pension. And then after that's exhausted, it will come from the county's pool.
Say that again and say it louder so we can all hear it.
It's my understanding that when she retires, MERS will actually use this money that she's investing first to pay her. And then after that is exhausted, then it becomes the county's pool.
But, so the question is, and I'm sorry, I just really have to understand it. So we have a 10-year vesting. So is this buying that vesting or not?
No,
No.
it doesn't buy the vesting. It just
Still
increases.
have to work here 10 years to.
I only have to work 1 year to be vested because of my 16 years of prior service. in the US plan.
Okay. So you only have to work 1 year and then you're vested in the MERS.
Yes.
Okay, so then what are we missing here? Because I just feel like I gotta get my brain around this. What's it gonna cost? I'm missing Jen. We've done these before, but what is the difference in this one? Because this one sounds different to me.
It only sounds different because she's purchasing time from a MERS employer. So the other purchases, like let's say mine, I was at the road commission and I was told that my time at the road commission did not transfer to here. I found out later that it did. So I purchased my years, my 4 years, so that when I leave, I can leave here at 21 and it'd be a total of 24 or 25. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yep. So this changes her benefit.
so you have to work 25 years or be 50. We have 25, 50. That's the difference.
I don't, Darcy, did you want to entertain that?
No.
Okay. So the plan that Leanna's in is the after 2013 plan adopted. So it's a 2% multiplier and it's a age 60 retirement.
Gotcha. So
in the
5
past-
years, she could retire at
Correct. So she can retire at the age of 60 from here.
60 here.
When you've asked questions of me or Michelle in the past, you've outweighed that the cost in the future will be that she will deliver a check to MERS before the 2 months is up, and that you really hope the market is awesome and you make lots of money on that amount.
That just seems like a really bad time to be doing this.
The market's awesome.
That's kind of been that, as Darcy stated, the money that she pays in when she goes to retire all of her money is depleted before it hits the county's funds.
Before it goes to the pool.
Correct.
So without this 5 years, then she couldn't retire till 65?
No, she can
still
still
retire
retire
at
at 60.
60, but then,
She leaves with 5 additional years of service,
so it's $1. You're hoping
10%.
Yeah, it's 5 years
At
times 2% a year, is 10%.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
It's 2% per year since 2012. So take the number of years, multiply it by 2%. By her buying 5 years, it's 10% more. Because she's buying 5 years times 2% a year. So basically, it's 10% more of her pension. She retires many, many years from now.
Yes.
She's gonna be here another 30, so.
Well,
Before she's 60.
I think she's on the Jerry Coleman plan.
So that 10% then we pay after the 63,000 is depleted, it will cost the county that 10% more?
To the pool.
Well, it'll be part of the pool,
MERS.
the MERS pool. And yes, so Jen made a very apt point. You can argue both ways, but you can argue now's the best time to buy it because the market's down. So put the money in there. I mean, it's all speculative. It's best. But it's a decision the employee can make and the employer has to approve it, and that's why it's coming to the board.
So we've
But up front now, there are no costs to the county. It's strictly
Right.
funded by the employee. So
So
the
we
employee's
had-
taking the risk.
We've had some others, military, that's where I was, we had
You can do military or you can do like school system. Yeah, so in that case, they're buying other government, so mine was other government. Hers is considered generic, is that correct?
Says generic, yeah.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Any further discussion or questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We now have approval of the Appropriations Act.
Yeah, and I guess we can do it two ways. I asked her to give a brief overview, but you all have your budget packages. And we're gonna have the public hearing next Tuesday. The resolutions are pretty boilerplate. The only changes we made from last year is increasing the amount from $2,000 to $4,000 for the department heads and up to 10 for the administrator. So if you like a general, how much?
4,500.
That's right, 4,500. Yeah. If you like an overview of the budget now, or you can wait till next Tuesday and just today move it forward. Because we do have closed session coming up.
I'll make a motion to move it forward.
Support.
To the next.
And all of you should have gotten it on Friday, and I'm sure you spent all weekend reading it.
Support.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes. Thank
And
you.
then just to let you know, there's a public hearing next week at 7:15 for the meeting. We normally have done this as we start the meeting and then have a public hearing, adjourn the meeting, or pause it, have a public hearing, then go back into regular session. We would want the same format as in past years. There was an ad in the Enterprise, and the book is available to the public for the budget. It's just a proposed budget.
Thank you. Next item, I wish Rick were here for this because he remind us about what Rick
Yeah.
donated.
And you'll vote next week, but every year you have passed a resolution honoring our next door neighbors. And the suggestion was, it was brought up whether we should frame that resolution somewhere in the building. And I believe it was Commissioner Rushton that came up with the idea of maybe we should do it outside. And so Commissioner Rushton and Patricia and I had a committee meeting and thought it was a great idea. And then Rick Robbins found a rock that he himself brought and put it in front of the building. And actually, it blends in very well. If I didn't know that he put the rock there, I would have swore it was there the whole time. So then we talked about, let's get a plaque on that rock. So this is obviously not track, but this is a type of plaque. It'll actually be a little bit bigger than this. I think it'll be like this. The resolution you passed, I believe, was 8x14. It'll be, I think, 9x14. And it'll be mounted on the rock with some screws, with some spaces, because there's not a complete flat spot. But they came and looked at it, I took pictures. They can mount it on the rock that is out there. So at some point, it'd be great to have a ceremony and invite the tribal members for that. And I don't know what the production time is. It'll be probably a couple of months, but I don't know if you want to pass around. I think you all know what it looks like. You see these.
So
before.
that's what it'll be like.
Yes, yeah, this is just, I thought it'd be helpful to have a sample that you can actually visually see what it looks. Like I said, it'll be a little bigger, and imagine it to be this way and being mounted on the rock.
Somebody in Alfred that's looking for their plaque right now.
Well, I just borrowed it for
Okay.
a few days. No. No one in Elk Rapids was looking for their plaque, but there'll be screws there and it'll be mounted on the rock that's out there. So if you leave, take a look at that rock that was donated. by-
Beautiful rock.
And he brought it himself over with his tractor, I believe.
You need a motion to go
Well,
forward?
Well, you have a proposal cost in the packet, so you have to approve that bid from 360, and 360 has done the vast majority of our signs the last few years.
On
Yeah, it's just a
page 161. of the board book.
It says 360 at the top.
Is it Jenna Dakin? Salesperson? From.
Yes.
Yep.
So we need a motion on that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a motion. I move to recommend that, excuse me, I get close.
Yeah,
I move to recommend that we accept the estimate from Image 360 in the amount of $813.
No, that's half of it.
300.
So the cost is $1,262 for the plaque, and then installation cost of $365.
So that amount.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They have never requested a deposit from us. We just wait till we get the final bill and pay.
To cover installation of our acknowledgement to the grant trackers.
Support. Funds to come out of, do we?
I think we have a board budget that we haven't used. We'll get the motion in every week. Yeah.
Have a
So do we
motion
have a
on the
dollar
table?
amount?
I'm sorry, did I have a second?
Yes.
Okay.
And do we have a dollar amount?
Yeah.
Well, it's
1,627.
That's what I came up with, 1627.
Yeah.
Not to exceed 1627.
Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 6-0.
Commissioner Alder, can you go help wrap this and put this back on the roll?
I'll go take it back before you get in trouble.
We now have duplicating funds. There are no copier agreements.
This is a standard thing that we do every year to update our agreements with Netherlands Business Solutions.
That's Melinda.
I would recommend to the Board of Commissioners to waive its bid policy and requirements and approve renewing the service maintenance agreements with NetLink for 2023 at a cost not to exceed $15,228.90, with $13,878.90 to come from 65, ending in 801, and 645, thank you. And $1,350 to come from 542, ending in 801.
Second.
As presented.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, we now have end of the year.
Yeah, you only have a motion there, and I don't have the agenda yet, so I don't want to have three of you sign it, but I think we all agreed last month is December 30th at 10 a.m. So once we have the motion on the agenda finalized, for the special meeting, you cannot modify the agenda, so I don't want to have you sign it and then have to change it and get more signatures, so we'll wait till next week and hopefully have. One of the things I'm waiting for is, to be honest with you, is the Leelanau Township Tower situation. If we have potential agreement, I'd like to put that on the December 30th agenda, if we have agreement. That's my wait, but December 30th, 10 a.m.
Thank you. We have two membership proposals, resolutions. You want to?
Yeah, let me just, and they're in your board packet, page 164, 165. The first is for the dam authority. Just a minor issue. If you pass this, it says January 1st, 2023. The challenge is you don't have people to appoint to the vacancies. So if you pass it now, in theory, this takes effect January 1st, but three of the seats will be filled, 2 will be vacant. And so do you want to wait? I guess it's up to you how you wish to proceed. If you think you can fill it by the end of the year, that's one thing, but in theory, then if you pass this resolution next week, your dam authority takes effect January 1st, the new dam authority, but you have 2 vacancies. So you need 3 people, and you won't have, if one of them is missing, you won't have a quorum. It's just the timing of it. I mean, the resolution is perfectly fine, but it takes effect January 1st, and this is December 6th already, and we have not advertised.
Yeah, what are our plans at this point for filling those 2?
Well, that's up to the 7 of you.
We can do it effective April 1st, 2023 or something.
But the problem
like
is
that. We can't.
But if you pass this, you have a 5-member board, and 2 of the seats will be
No, what I'm
vacant.
saying is I was thinking we could make it effective, so we. could
Oh,
pass
the
motion,
resolution?
But
Yes,
then
yes.
we're running into, we're doing something that the next Board of Commissioners would have to, adhere to.
Well, your
I don't
option-
think we can do it to the future.
Your option is to try to fill it by January 1st, or start with 2 vacancies
But we
and
have
let the
to
next board
advertise.
fill it, or you can simply hold off passing the resolution to next month, and we could put ads in the paper asking people to apply, knowing that the
Yeah, I
next
don't think
board
there's a
will,
hurry.
which we're not in any hurry here, so. You have the resolution, you know the process, but you probably, if you pass it, you should have, if you look at the article, you should name 2 people. It names 3 of the 5, and 2 are blank.
It sure makes sense.
Commissioner Sotelo?
Because there's no urgency, we don't need a motion. We just.
Would you
we
like
have
to start?
forward it.
Well, if you want us, we can start the process of advertising.
Yeah. We need a motion to start the process.
No, we can, because you still have to approve the resolution and the motion and the people at some point.
So we'll just postpone this until.
I think you're all in agreement. I mean, you want to go forward with the structure, right?
Right, yes.
It just, so this is the legal process that you passed it, I believe, 7-0 to do this.
Yeah.
This is the legal process, but if you don't have the 2 people position at large, then it's, yeah.
Commissioner Rushing?
In the interim, the county road commission is operating as the dam authority.
It's status quo, so whatever you pass.
Okay,
it's-
so I can foresee a lot of interest on that board from the riparians. So I don't think you're gonna really have a hard time filling that board. So I would say we need to get the information out there, get the advertisement out there, and then get in to seat that board.
My concern was whether there was a public hearing required or any of that technical part, which there isn't. So it simply is up to the discretion of the board of commissioners to restructure, which we have done in the past, and went from 3 to 5, and it's outlined in the resolution. So I think it does make sense that Laurel start the process, we can advertise on our webpage, get an ad, as we do in the, for appointments, and then the commissioners in 2023 can select the 2 people who fit the criteria, and at that time pass the resolution.
And the other thing is if this board wants to pass the resolution with an effective date, they can do that as well. But
Yeah, you could change the date. It says effective January 1st,
Right.
2019. Oh, I'm sorry, 2023. 2019 is when we switched from 3 to 5.
so you can talk about that, make that decision, and have that December 30th.
Commissioner?
It sure makes sense to me to move this to January, because if we start advertising now, it's a very busy season. And I can't see anybody. I don't think
You
this
have
is.
a lot of interest. I think a lot of people are watching this. If you look at it, you said, I mean, there are criteria for the 2 vacant seats. I think,
So you believe there.
well,
are
you can start the
people
process if you don't get the high quality, it doesn't mean you have to do it in January. You can put it off January, or as Commissioner Rush went on, you could say, board could pass it effective April or May. So you have a lot of choices.
I think we have somebody sitting in the audience who's going to help us get the word out.
Sure.
Yeah, when's your next?
Everybody comfortable with just moving this forward to next year without any official action now?
But we are gonna start, but we are gonna
Yeah,
advertise.
We should.
Okay, we now are down Patricia for broadband.
No, Board of Public Works.
Hi,
Now, this was a little simpler.
I would recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve resolution 2022-13, a resolution to restructure the composition of the Leelanau County Board of Public Works.
I'll support.
Any discussion? All those in support of that motion? say
Aye.
We will do a roll call on Tuesday.
And I'll double check with Michelle on that, if the resolution number will be there, because we bypassed 12. And so I don't know if Laurel and Michelle were in contact, because I wasn't aware, so I'll throw something together.
We can clarify that.
Tuesday night. Well, and did your motion said 13, but 12 is the other one, so I'll just leave it blank until I hear from them. Makes sense. Michelle.
Then we are skipping the next agenda item, so we are now at broadband fiber update. Tricia.
Yes, okay. This is on behalf of our broadband manager, Chris Shear, who I spoke with, and your point is on the project. And right now they have either nearly completed or completed, what they call the walkout, which means that they're laying out all the routes for laying the fiber in order to ensure that the service will be available to folks along those routes. And they're determining also at the same time where equipment needs to be located, in order for them to also know how much fiber optic cable they need to order, and also to allow engineering to move forward to design the space, which will tell them how much of that fiber is underground and how much is going to go via aerial, given the material and electric. So they will have this done shortly. They've been working on it at warp speed. And this allows them to concentrate over the winter and get all of the permits that they need in place so that when the weather permits, they can hit the road running. So really happy about where that is. In terms of spectrum, we are continuing to work with them and are hoping that the Robin project, which is funded through the state by federal dollars, is going to become available. There's interest there, so that's real good news for the county, but we're just looking at that to see. They have to apply, so to see when that's going to happen. The NOFO, the notice of funding has not come out yet, and I understand it's going to be January before it does. So that's why there's planning, but no commitment yet because there's something to go to. But when it does come out, I think it's only 45 days for response. So it'll happen fast.
So, question?
Yeah, Jeff?
No, just my sources tell me the same thing, that there'd be significant movement after the first of the year. And potentially ARPA funding too, because everyone's kind of waiting to finish out the year. As you know, they really are not going to do much in late session. And so my sources are kind of saying the same thing, that first of the year, there'll be significant movement in the first 3 months.
And I will add one thing. Chris and I worked on the USDA, what you call the CRS. What it is it's the language that the federal government, in this case USDA, utilizes as qualifications for their grants. And we were looking at potentially applying for a USDA grant through their broadband package of funds that are coming available. The difficulty is we don't qualify. We have to be an ISP. So Tim Irvin, who is working with us on behalf of funding, did attend the Council of Foundations, and USDA was there and spoke with the director, Brendan Phelan, and on our behalf, and asked, could that be looked at? So he said, yeah, they were welcome. All of the state directors were welcome if take a look from rural counties. So Chris and I spent time working on that and sent back a number of recommendations that would allow Leelanau County and other rural areas to apply for these funds. I haven't heard yet whether that was accepted, so it's probably going to be a while in the process because if the state directors approve it, I'm sure there are steps that it has to go up for authorization before they will reimburse that. But at least it's another nail that we can hammer in to improve our ability to apply for funds in the broadband area and support the projects.
Just a quick update, and like always, Patricia's being very modest. She spent the entire weekend working on a draft to what Tim could give to Brandon Pugh and everything. So I know you were emailing us back and forth with changes, and so she deserves a lot of credit if they make changes, because really the way it was written, we would never be eligible, and most Northern Michigan would not be eligible. And so Patricia really spent a lot of time on a weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and late Sunday night, I think, before she finalized.
I apologize for that.
No, but I want to say how much behind the scenes work.
Well,
Patricia
and Chris
has done.
was right there with me, so it's a partnership.
Well, I say it's beyond the call of duty. So, thank you.
Thank you. Gwen?
So just so I have more specifics for my folks. Spectrum cannot move, because a couple of months we were looking for Spectrum to bring their price down per parcel and have a decent rate.
We've asked, they're looking at both of these options are overseen. Their executive committee, second proposal to us
Because they're
based
moving
on.
really slowly.
This is true.
So.
And I don't think we're the only priority we're dealing with. That's probably part of it, but I think we'll be hearing back. So part of it is they don't know yet, it makes ultimate sense for them to build on what they already have through the RDOF, the Rural Development Opportunity Fund. They're already working on those 4 townships. But until they see what the, what they call the info comes out, until they see what's in it, in the water project, they can't do much.
Okay, so they're basically waiting for the state to say, this is what we're willing to do.
And they're working both channels. If they don't go with that, they'll give us a proposal of what it would cost for us to cover in partnership arrangement, what it would cost to cover those 4 townships and to ensure that the people who are not served or underserved will have service. So, and that's again, building off their RDOF work already, but they have agreed to use our data, which was correct.
So should we really still be waiting for Spectrum? It's not been.
I'm not sure. I
Should we
understand what
be
you're saying,
waiting
but
on Spectrum to?
We're not waiting, we're talking with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're just they're not.
Well, the person that's the key person has had a major illness and it's been a couple of weeks.
I was just, if we put a bid out, we opened up bids, if they might.
Faster.
We need to move on because we have an appointment with an attorney at 12:30. It is now. So we,
Do you want to wish to waive your board rules since after 2 o'clock?
we have a couple more agenda items if we're willing to waive our rules. And one is hearing from our new administrator, whether ID is on 90 days. And then we have a closed session for labor negotiations.
So moved.
Support.
Support of waiving the board rules. Say aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, so next item on the agenda, Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Over here, just for sake of communication. Well, obviously with just being, let's see, maybe 30 hours in terms of the position. But with that said, there have been several meetings that I've been part of before starting yesterday regarding a variety of different issues, broadband being one, staffing issues being some others, and just kind of general planning. So I come to you with some ideas. I would like to present a concept for your consideration, and if this is agreeable, then I will put it in a formal format for you. But with this being so new, I hope you will give me a little bit of latitude, a little bit of grace from the standpoint of process. So the following is a proposal. This is a draft to address several of the key issues that you've heard about today. And in recognizing that with it being end of year, with me being new on the position, that there may be a necessity or we may benefit as an organization from some support. So with that being said, the following is a proposal HVAC enhancement project in the government center. And if approved by the commissioners, coordinate the request for proposals, RFPs, documents, project timeline, and developing funding option recommendations. 2 would be to coordinate the health department's environmental division renovation project with engineering firm developing the design for the renovation of the lower level of the government center, and if approved by the commissioners, to coordinate RFP documents, project timelines, and developing funding option recommendations. Item 3 would be finalize efforts with the 6-county community mental health restructuring task force to coordinate the listening sessions and make recommendations on revised bylaws, articles of incorporation, and governance model. 4, coordinate efforts with local government officials and the Cherryland Electric Cooperative representatives to finalize a location, funding partnerships, and options and development of documents to construct a communications tower in Leelanau Township. Leland Township. And transition leadership responsibilities related to ARPA, American Rescue Plan funding options, including dialogue with state officials to enhance the possibility of additional funds to support broadband services as well as other potential projects. So the potential cost for this consulting service is $65 per hour plus mileage, not to exceed $2,500 per month, which is January, February, and March, with the final transition of projects scheduled for April 2023 at no additional cost. I think it's appropriate at this point to share with you that it is Chet's intent to accept employment with the Michigan Leadership Institute. And this proposal would be to allow him to provide guidance and counseling on some of these critical issues that have been initiated. We're talking about not more than 120 hours. We're talking about 3 months so that there is a smooth transition on these critical issues, with the understanding that this would be training and truly getting me up to speed. If there are issues that we are able to accomplish in a shorter period of time, then we would not need that full amount of duration. So the professional consulting services to include biweekly written reports to the county administrator for distribution and reporting to the county board of commissioners. So this is conceptually a plan to review that would be formally presented to the board for approval next week.
So this is something.
I see the value in it. I think that when we all look at the complexity of the issues that we're dealing with right now, I think that it would give me comfort. I would think, hope it would give everyone comfort in knowing that there would be a smooth transition on some of these issues, that if a hard stop is December 30th, it's just the reality of making sure that there is truly, on so many of these moving parts, that there is continuity.
That's what is important. You see this.
And whether it takes 3 months or it takes 30 days, there's flexibility in this. So it would be up to 120 days, not to exceed $2,500 per month.
I'm sorry, not to exceed.
$2,500 per month, but plus mileage. So it's $65 per hour, not to exceed $2,500 per month.
Any other thoughts or questions? Yes.
This is all just really new, so.
Understood.
So.
This is all really new to me too, Commissioner Wallner.
I don't know what this Michigan leadership then is, we would be contracting with Michigan leadership.
That's correct.
Okay, so it would be contractual. So Leelanau County, as far as county and employment goes, after December 31st, Chet is no longer a county employee.
Correct.
Well, not technically, because I have vacation personally.
Okay.
In August will be December 30th.
Okay, good point.
But I will get compensated for vacation and personal days that I work.
I think you're going to be paid out for those on the last pay period.
No, I wish, for tax purposes, I wish to have it stretched out.
I know, but I don't think you can you, Jeff?
We have done it in the past. Yes. I'm not applying for MERS retirement. Yeah. when people have retired, a lot of them, they have their last day in office, but they
Yes,
use their vacation.
and,
for
but
some
they've
days, or
been
get-
employees, right? Like they've been employees of the county that have retired.
Which I am doing.
Yes, but I think you've been a contractual employee at the
No,
county.
well, I'm an employee,
You are.
just with a contract. I'm the only one that has a contract. But I'm a full-time employee of the county, covered by county policies.
Okay, this is new to me, because when we accepted your letter of resignation, it was for December 31.
No, I said my last day in the office would be December 30th in the letter. And I am, but I am entitled to all my earned vacation time.
I think
and
you are,
personal.
but I think you have to be paid out on the mid-December pay period.
You can clarify.
For,
Yeah.
yeah, let's get a clarification on that.
Sounds like-
That's
that
something a
sounds
little
like
bit.
Deb Allen.
Okay. We will seek clarification on
And
that.
just for the record,
Yeah.
I have not, either if you do this, fine, if you don't, that's perfectly
Yeah.
fine with me. I'm not pushing this, just so you know. And the Michigan Leadership Institute, I will be entering into agreement with them to be on a consultant basis. I'm not taking a position with them. They were formed in the late 1990s by Dr. Tim Quinn, former president of Northwestern Michigan College. And then he went, formed the Michigan Leadership Institute. They started originally helping school districts find superintendents, but they also expanded to governance, training, and they're expanding to other areas other than school districts. So they approached me about, they hired virtually all retired superintendents to do this training. So there's a pool of people they have on call. If a government wants assistance with projects, they can contract with them for the services.
Well, I'll tell you why I like what you're proposing is we often offer transition support for people coming in. We get the police officers, we assign them to a staff person, and we've got so much for you to do internally here that I like the idea of having a consultant help us with projects that if we had a facilities manager, we probably would get done many of those. So I would personally, I would encourage you to bring us back a formal proposal next Tuesday. But that's just me.
And we can clarify that issue.
Mhm.
Either way, it doesn't really. There's a tax advantage to staying.
I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Any other
You want
questions?
to move it forward?
So we're in agreement to move it forward. Do we need a motion to move it forward?
I'm not prepared. I have to think on this a little bit now, so I'm not prepared to vote on it right now. Personally. You can move it forward. I think you can move it forward anyway. Or bring it Tuesday, and I just have to get my head around it. I guess I'm
Sure.
just. I see, I see a value that we've had a month for basically you two to work together. And just personally, I just kind of like the idea of a clean break and you take over. And I really don't see any real, there's no fire under any one of these issues in my mind, that I think as bright as you are, I'm just gathering that you're gonna pick those up and go really quickly. And that's just where I'm coming from right now, 'cause this is new to me. So I just want to wrap my head around it for a week.
Understood. And the last thing that I would want to do is see anything just drop, momentum, especially, broadband or ARPA or any of those other things that just simply because I haven't had the opportunity to learn those things, but whatever that scenario would look like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just for record, whether you do this or not, I'm perfectly fine either way. This, I
Okay,
am
we know
not
that.
requesting this.
We know that. Okay.
We need a motion to go into closed session if you're willing.
Yeah, and just by state law, just so it's on the record, we're going to close session to talk about labor negotiations.
So.
Order the motion.
You want to take a
Couple minute break.
Yes, please.
Walk slowly to, yes. All those in support of the motion go to closed session.
Aye.
Aye. We are going into closed session in 5 minutes.
Okay, Chris, you let me know where we were.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
Thank you for
Yeah.
coming. This is great.
Please be.
How you doing, John?
Smart planning.
After we just.
Okay, can I have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved. Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Thank you. We are now at review of financials. Is Jared?
We can get him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know, one thing I did wonder about is it looked like we were buying paint. Paint and paint supply. Is that just, routine maintenance? Are they touching up?
Well, I know they painted Deb's office a couple weeks, or last week.
Okay,
Jerry painted himself. You know, if you see him say, he came in at 8 o'clock at night and was painting the office.
painting. Okay, because I have just noticed some scuffs and things.
Yeah,
Different
they did
places.
touch some other things up, so I'm not
Okay.
sure, but I'm guessing. But we do not contract that out, that's done internally by our staff.
Well, if they have time, I think
Yeah.
that's great. But we may be getting close to
Well, you figure this building opened in 2008. So you look at that, that's gonna be 15 years.
Yeah,
I think it's
You
still. looks
probably,
great.
yeah, yeah, that's overall, yes, but
it does.
I know Jerry, very conscientious, came in and painted the office before Deb was able to begin.
It is nice.
Same, exact same color.
I was gonna say, it's not pink.
We gave Deb a choice of any color,
As
as long as it was beige.
So that's the page.
All right.
Any other questions on financials? With Jared being here.
Remember them all. It was paint supplies.
A lot less than last time.
Yep. And then I know there was it was an interesting one. It was like it was a pool monitor, and I thought it was, I said blood monitor at first. I'm like, why does maintenance need a blood? But anyway, cuff. There was one, somebody had a blood pressure cuff. No, that was it.
There were some that were blood draws, I
Pool
believe.
pressure cuff, I think, so I don't know.
A full pressure.
I think it was like a pool pressure cuff
For
or
like the
something.
sewer
I-
system.
That's what I assumed it
So-
was, because at first I'm like, a blood pressure cuff, that didn't make a lot of sense to me. So, but the paint, there was some paint bills, were those all just for the new office then, or are they doing some?
So I'd have to look specifically.
No
back on-
downstairs, I think we can really use
They have some,
some touching up.
yeah. I'd have to look. I can't remember what vendor that would have been.
Maybe your file.
Yeah, but I'm not sure which.
Who was the vendor? It might have been, Onyx?
There's just a lot of supplies that come covered.
Yeah,
Bunex, the painter's light plastic covering.
yeah, there was some of it, sheet.
For like 21 something.
Yeah. I think it was page 6, if I remember right.
Here's the pool pressure gauge, if you want to see that.
Yeah,
That was also from Bunex.
what was that for? Is that for this?
There was one, it was $8.50. It's within an invoice of some other stuff.
And then I kind of wondered, there was like a ratchet set for the jail. And I thought, is that just the maintenance guys need a ratchet set over there?
It's like. Loosen up a few things.
Okay.
They're teaching them skills.
Maybe.
We can get back on the details, Jerry. We can
Yeah.
talk to Jerry. Obviously, I think everything you asked was purchased by Jerry, so we can get with Jerry and see.
Okay.
I believe so.
Background was.
Yeah, some screws and there was a
I know,
socket set for like
unless we're buying
$4.
Tools for D and W, they're doing most of that type.
No, DW provides everything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so why would we have to be buying a ratchet? Okay, I'm just curious. Just curious, that's all. I'm sure it's fine. Or any transfer for amendments? Eric?
Not right now.
Any other questions for Jared on financials? Okay. Special reports.
Well, I would report on the meeting last night with the Northwest Board, but you heard it. So, I'll take that.
Thank you. We've worn out our public, and if there's any public that wants to make public comment,
Free and quick.
any commissioner comment? Yes.
I want to thank Chet. All of your work for so long. Doing a stellar job. And I want to welcome Deb. Welcome to our. And thank you for accepting this challenge. All of your help and guidance. And instructions for Chet to have fun.
So much.
That means I have to let you win it, Euchre?
I was gonna suggest that. She is a good card player, so be careful if she asks you to play cards.
Tricia, you look like you want to say something?
Well, I just didn't know, Chad, if you were gonna be here the next
Oh,
meeting.
yeah, I'll be here through the 30th. I'm going out to Seattle for Christmas, but
So,
just, you know, Dell already made Christmas plans for Pennsylvania, so she won't be here at the 30th meeting.
okay, New Year's.
Yeah, but you, so, but
Just, I will hold my final
I will be here.
until then, since you won't be here.
We're not going to say goodbye to you yet, but hello to you.
There you go.
Glad to have you here. Anything else? Thank you. We're now at approval of financials.
Yeah, I would recommend approval of claims and accounts $78,586.79.
Second.
Support, say aye.
Aye.
Approved, 6-0.
And I would recommend approval of post audit $2,438,493.63.
All those in support, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-0.
Mr. Chairman, I would move